Oh my god, I don't even know if my audio is working. 1 second. Technical difficulties. Never great. Can you guys hear me? Let me know if you can hear me, because I don't know if my audio is working right now. I need to find out. Okay, perfect. All right, cool. So I'll wait for a little bit for more people to join the live stream, and then we'll get straight into talking about the shows, which is the reason why everyone's here. So yeah. Also, by the way, I realized I forgot. So the last stream when I did the Milan review, I forgot to like invite people. I normally invite people to like come on the live stream and like give their thoughts if you're like open to that. So after I talk about the first show, I'll like drop the link in the chat, and then if you want to like hop on and give your thoughts, you are welcome to. Someone said the Spurs are about to play. You got to choose between me and the Spurs, mate. How's everyone doing though? How's the weekend? Also, actually, before I start, what were you guys' favorites from Paris Fashion Week men's? I want to know, like, just in a general sense. I just want to see what guys liked. And then maybe eventually you'll find out, like, what my favorites were. Okay, so someone said, I only watch Rick shows. Rick heads. Oh my god. LV, Virgil killed it. LV, Botta, Yohji, Y Project, LV. Interesting. Yes, I'm going to post it as a regular video. Yeah, I will. I will be. Sasquatch was great. Oh my god. How long will the stream be? Very long, because unlike Milan, the Paris schedule is so large. I had to like pick out like, depending on how long I can talk for, I picked out like 15 brands, which already is like a lot, and there's so many I left out anyway. So I will just take it as it goes, and then when I get exhausted, I'll just like stop the stream. But it will be a long one because there's so many shows to talk about. So yeah, on that note, I think we'll get straight into the start of the review for the show. So I kind of have a list. I'm not necessarily going to follow the order, but the first brand I wanted to talk about was Grace Wells Bonner, because I think she had a really, really good outing this fashion week. But the first thing I will say is, when it comes to Grace Wells Bonner, I kind of have a love-hate relationship with her work. At the start, I liked like one of her early collections. She had a collection, I can't remember what collection it was, that was inspired by HBCUs, like historically black colleges in America. So the aesthetic of the collection was very similar to like collegiate collections you would see in America, mixed with like some black American aesthetics. And that was cool. But then after that, she started to do this thing where she was really inspired by like her own culture, because she's half English, half Jamaican. But it almost seemed like her aesthetic, it was like she was turning her idea of what she wants the new man to be, or whatever her brand, the man she wants her brand to create. It was almost like a fetish, which I was just like, this is a bit strange. But more recently I've started to like her work again because I feel like the research is really strong, the ideas are really strong. They're rooted on like factual things. She's not like, it's not, I don't feel the same way I did when I was like, she's kind of turning the whole thing into a fetish. So I thought it'd be really amazing to talk about her first. So if I can pull up her fashion video and then I can walk through it if I have it. I'm not sure if I have it. Okay, I found it. So when I play it, I'll just talk you guys through it. Okay, so this is her fashion film. So, okay, first thing we're going to talk about, which was a big thing, was the Adidas collab. But the thing about Adidas collabs when it comes to Wells Bonner is they're not like ordinary Adidas collabs. They're very true to the aesthetic of what she's trying to portray. So I remember there was, I listened to this interview where she was talking about like the aesthetic for the Adidas collab and how she styled it. And I'll show you guys a picture after. But she said in an interview that she remembers, I think she said in Streatham, if you guys are from London, you'll know where Streatham is, that people would come out of mosques and they would wear like a full Adidas tracksuit, but then wear like long gowns under it, like the attire that Muslims normally wear. So she wanted it to be true to like her upbringing and things she sees around her. So when you see like the tracksuit style, the Adidas tracksuits, they're styled that way. And they're also like a baggier aesthetic because normally those people, they go for like comfort because they're going to pray. So they go for tracksuits that are actually baggier. So even into things as like little as the Adidas collab, she's kind of infused this idea into it. And so this collection actually is a trilogy of this idea of exploring her own culture. And like I said, she's Jamaican. So the first one I think was on the Windrush generation. The second one was on like 1960s, 1970s. And then this one is on Black scholars in the 1980s. So let me pause this video and run it back so you can understand what's going on in fashion film. So you can see like the models like reading through a lot of these books. A lot of these books are by Black poets, for example. And what she said about this collection was she kind of, because I think if you guys watched my Aliwalia video, not many people watched it, but if you watched it, you would have seen me talk about how in the 1960s and 1970s, a lot of people from colonial countries, so India, Nigeria, Jamaica, they would travel to the UK to get a good education. So actually, part of the aesthetic of this collection is her kind of reimagining the people that traveled to the UK from Jamaica to study and how they dressed in the 1980s. And it's quite clear to see. Like I said, if you guys watch my Adewale video, I wouldn't need to explain this any further. So yeah, she reimagined like the academic attire you would see in that time. So that's where the tailoring comes from. And that's why it looks like very retro, very 80s. As you can see, once again, the newspaper just showing like some more work by Black intellectuals, like as you can see here. One second. But yeah, I mean, all in all, I really did enjoy this collection. It's funny because, like I said, because I have a love-hate relationship with Grace Wells Bonner, I didn't really talk about her work for the longest. I know one of her first collections, I did review it, and if you go like back, you'll find it. But I did really enjoy this collection, and I do like all the research she did in terms of 1980s fashion and revisiting her culture. But since this is a trilogy and this is the end of it, I'm really curious to see what her next ideas are and where she goes in the future. I'm really, really curious to see what she does. But I want to know you guys' thoughts. What do you guys think about the collection? I'm not sure if many people have actually seen this collection, to be honest. Because Grace is like a big name in London, but not too big elsewhere. Someone asked me what I think about the Reebok Tabby. Meh, it's meh. I love everything Grace except for the baggy dancehall inspired trousers, which I don't think look good to anyone. Oh my god. So that's what male designers do to women all the time. Oh, the fetish thing. Yeah, that's true. And the male designers that do it do get criticized for doing it though. So same way, just because she's a woman doesn't mean I can't criticize her for kind of turning menswear into a fetish for a while. But yeah, you're definitely right. Male designers do that as well. That's true. I definitely can't go against that. Let me just bring up the pictures quickly so people can see exactly what I was talking about. Share screen. Does no one have any thoughts about this collection? So if you look through the looks here, here's the 1980s tailoring. Also, you see an ode. I want to show you guys, first of all, how the Adidas tracksuit is styled that I was talking about. Also, this is, for example, what she means when she says reimagining like what students were wearing, Jamaicans going to schools like Oxford and getting an education in the UK in the 80s. So, for example, the way this is styled is so true to London. It's unbelievable. Like just wearing that really long shirt under the tracksuit, and even the aesthetic of the tracksuit is very 80s. I love it. Absolutely love it. Let me go back to the comments and see if anyone said, I mean, it is very on trend for the whole dark academia wave. As a Jamaican American with English relatives, I can see the clear direction at Wales is very nostalgic. Yeah, I can imagine you'd see that. Why can't I find Glenn's collection on Vogue Runway? Can you not? Why Project is on Vogue Runway? The Adidas collaboration was one of the better ones, but I have no relation to the cultural context. So that's as far as I go. Yeah, that's why I said, if you watch my Alawalia video, I kind of explain the whole social context of like the 50s, the 60s. I did go in depth in that video, to be fair, which was my last video. So if you watch that, you'll understand kind of where Grace is coming from in terms of like Jamaicans all the way from like 1960s to the 80s. I like it aesthetically, but can't really relate to it. That's fine, because at the end of the day, I mean, a lot of European designers, they make amazing stuff aesthetically that I can't really relate to. So yeah, that's cool. Adidas seems to be pushing their footwear into high fashion scene with this collection, and what we've seen with Fear of God collaboration and collaborations with Craig Green. Yeah, I like how Adidas, they kind of they collaborate with, like, let me not say underdogs, because Craig Green is not an underdog, but more, they don't go for the biggest names. They go for people that have a lot of cultural capital, for lack of a better term. He wants me to look at look number 18 and 21. I think he made a comment about saying how it reminds him of nostalgia. So I want to see what he's talking about. 1 second. I also love this shirt because, for example, this is supposed to be like mimicking an emblem. Also, one thing I forgot to mention actually about the sportswear too, which is really important. And this is something she's done in past collections too. Also, the sportswear that she designs with Adidas, the collaborations, she wants it to mimic kind of kids going because you know when you're in like a university or school, whatever, the sports kit that comes with the school. So like when you're on the sports team of a university, for example, how you would kind of wear it, which I thought was quite interesting. And let me go to look 18. Okay. I can see how it's nostalgic for him. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Especially this tailoring here. I think the concept itself is very cool, and some of the garments are easily wearable. They seem to target smaller niches, except for Yeezy. Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of the day, I prefer what Grace Osborne does, only because it's so authentic to her. Like I said, she's Jamaican. It's just too authentic. It's like Demna Vasalia, for example, almost everything he does ties back to him being Georgian, whether people see it or not. And it's really authentic, the same way she is being authentic to herself. I think for so long, at least when it comes to black designers, I feel like they felt like if they referenced their culture, that they wouldn't make it, or people wouldn't, what's the right word to use? People wouldn't be able to understand it and therefore wouldn't buy it. But I think now there's kind of, I like this new wave of designers just being more authentic to themselves, like Priya Alawadia or Grace Osborne, for example. So yeah, a really solid collection. I really loved it. I don't know what this is a response to. But anyway, moving on. Let me see what's next on my list. What's the next collection? Also, I forgot to, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop the link in the chat. So if anyone wants to hop onto the chat and give their thoughts, be my guest. I love this new collection. This is rooted in her past work, but always has a new outlook. Her research really comes through in the details and is what makes her consistently so strong. I totally agree. Yeah, there we go. They'll be scared of the public having a disconnect from the idea that luxury fashion or high fashion can have any other themes apart from Eurocentric themes. I agree. And I think where that comes from is, I won't say in fashion, but in fashion media, especially Western fashion media, the way they speak about fashion, you would think that fashion only exists in Europe. And while European fashion is absolutely amazing, some of the greatest designers of all time are from Europe, whether we're talking about like McQueen or, I don't know, Madeleine Vianney, Mary Quant, Paul Poiret, Cristobal Balenciaga. But at the end of the day, there are so many designers worldwide. I could tell you 10 good designers in Korea, 10 good designers in Japan, 10 good designers in China, 10 in Africa. So I think in fashion, especially fashion journalism, which is my frustration with it, they don't look at fashion in a like totalitarian way, which is why then you have comments like this where a lot of designers felt like, as this person has said, they're scared of the public having a disconnect from the idea that luxury fashion or high fashion can have any other themes apart from Eurocentric themes. So yeah, totally agree, 100%. Bono is really hyped in Asia right now, in my opinion. That's why this whole collection looks like Asian high street with some foreign culture. Someone said you ain't say America. The thing about America, though, is American fashion is commercial because America is so commercial and capitalist. And America, from what I've seen with the fashion media, they have this obsession with like themselves, which makes sense, or Europe. So, but America is so like huge. America is so popular that people actually care about American fashion. But like, say somewhere like China, for example, they focus heavily on Western fashion, but not enough people focus on like Chinese media for you to see like other designers like Ziggy Chen or Uma Wang and stuff like that. Someone said Brandon Maxwell's the face of them. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with Schiaparelli, campy in a very good way, surrealist. Yeah, cool. All right, let me see who I'm going to talk about next. Okay, cool. So I wanted to quickly talk about Jil Sander. There isn't much to say about Jil Sander, really. By now, I'm sure everyone knows what Jil Sander is. Right now, the creative directors of Jil Sander are Luke and Lucy Meyer. They're really consistent. I've been in love with more the women's wear collections than the menswear collections. The women's wear collection, one of my favorite collections of all time actually is Jil Sander Fall Winter 2018. That collection was just amazing. Wait, let me see if I can show you guys this collection I'm talking about actually. Just so you guys can see. Can you make the little Yeti? Oh my god. Let me see if I can pull this video up. Okay, cool. I think I found it. Just to give you guys a context of like how good their collections are. One second. Let me go to American brands are driven towards lifestyle. Yeah, for sure. Someone said Jil Sander for me was a miss for me this season comparatively to last women's season, which is beautiful. Yeah, like I said, first of all, I prefer women's wear to men's wear at Jil Sander like any day of the week. However, I personally think that Jil Sander is the type of brand that is so consistent that they suffer because of how good they are, like Luke and Lucy Maya, because on a bad day, Jil Sander is better than like most brands. But because we're so used to like them being so good, that they give us like a collection that's above average, and we're like, oh, it was a miss this season. I do think that does tend to happen when it comes to Jil Sander. But anyway, I just wanted you guys to see this collection that I really love. And kind of skip past that. But what do you guys think about this collection? I'm not sure how many people have seen this collection. What did you guys think about it in general? I'm just going to put the fashion film of the men's collection on the screen. But anyway, what I think this collection is quite interesting because, like I was talking about with Milan, which was happening so much, a lot of brands obviously try to recontextualize their clothing for this COVID era. So there were many different aspects of like wearability that we saw kind of more than a usual Jil Sander menswear collection. Like we even saw like Wellington boots, which obviously you would associate with just like walking around in like the garden and stuff. Or there were even, I think that Luke Meyer did an interview, and I was listening to this interview, and he was talking about how he hasn't seen like his parents for a long time because of the effects of COVID and the effect that that has had on his mental health. So he said a big inspiration for this collection was just around like homeliness and how parts of that have been gone through like the effects of COVID, but also the fact that everyone's staying at home and there's a home vibe. So there are clear references to that in this collection. Like you see a lot of the accessories have text, like there's one that says mother, and that's an ode to kind of just the fact that he hasn't been able to see his mother and a commentary on that. But even in terms of like the clothing itself, the fabrics are softer, more comfortable. And even he said, in terms of like the inspiration, to quote what he said it's a show of familial affection is how he described the collection. So yeah, I just think he interpreted like a usual wardrobe with more like comfort wear, more things that you can wear like day to day. So yeah, like I said, there's not really too much to talk about this, but I do think when it comes to Jil Sander, they do suffer from their own, like them being so good at what they do. I do think they are like kind of suffering from that. Someone said I should have watched more shows to prepare for this last year. Don't worry, we'll run through all the collections. LV is turning into Off-White. He used the same thing in his last year's show for Off-White Fall Winter. What do you mean by the same thing? The same what? Jil Sander is still, in my opinion, the go-to for beautifully cut shirts and impeccable tailoring. This season was nothing revolutionary, but in tone with what they have been doing since the beginning. Yeah, I totally agree, but it's not going to be revolutionary because of what the inspiration for the collection was, which basically was toning things down, like paring things back. That was literally the inspiration for this collection. So I don't think we should expect like some crazy outlandish thing. But I did enjoy it. I liked it. I personally liked it. That's what happened with Iris this season. People said it was bad, but is miles better comparatively to other couture houses. She's so consistently good that one OK collection is deemed bad. Yeah. And that shows you, that differentiates like excellent designers from like bad ones, because they can produce such a good collection. People are like, it's bad, but that's only because like comparatively to like other collections, it's bad. Not that it is necessarily bad. And then what even is bad? Like that's really subjective. Someone said victims of their success. Yeah, I agree. Bogdan he's asking questions in a language I don't understand. He could be saying some racist stuff. All I know. That would be funny. That would be hilarious. Yeah, let me go through the looks quickly because someone wants me to look at look 19. Let me check my notes because sometimes I might like note a certain look if I really liked it. Okay, cool. So I've noted look 30, look 36, and look 30. Actually, no, that's a different collection. I'm bugging. I noted look 10, and that's the one with the mother chain because I wanted to show like the exact reference I was talking about. So like here, for example, someone wanted me to see look 19. Oh yeah, that's a really nice knit. I agree. That's really nice knit. Sometimes I forget, like, well, obviously I'm not going to memorize the look numbers, so I don't even know what people are talking about. So I look at the specific knit. What's your opinion on how designers combat being too good? I don't think you can combat it because if you're an extremely good designer, like fashion is subjective, so people will always prefer a certain collection over another. I don't think you can combat it. I think you can just do your best and just let the people think what they want to think. We'll get to Thom Browne later, but yeah, Thom Browne is definitely like also like a gold standard for beautifully cut, not necessarily shirts, but suit, yes. Someone's in the background. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Did you have something to say? Like, do you want to share your thoughts on any of the collections? Oh, he's gone.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you now. I can hear you.
Oh no, I just joined for like generally like just like go over the shows.
Okay. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. All right. So let me go through the comments. Said, I feel like they're trying to push the accessories. I mean, that is true because of how pared back this collection is. So yeah, I can definitely agree with that. Yeah, moving on. The next collection I wanted to talk about actually is a collection that I have not seen even one person talk about, and I don't even know how to pronounce this brand. I've never known how to pronounce it for like forever. Is it Kolor or Color? By Juun.J. I've never known how to pronounce it. But anyway, for guys who don't know, Juun.J is like one of the, for lack of a better term, one of the like minions of Comme des Garçons, like one of the trainees of Comme des Garçons. Chitose Abe, his wife, also worked under Rei Kawakubo, which, oh, he keeps going and coming. But anyway, Chitose Abe also worked under Rei Kawakubo, and they met each other when they were both pattern makers for Junya Watanabe, which is kind of like an interesting story. Don't worry, guys are asking me if I talked about LV, not yet. So Juun.J Abe, he comes from like his background is pattern making, so you see that a lot in like the craftsmanship and the way he's able to play with silhouettes and shapes. So yeah, that's the background. But anyway, we'll get to you. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Oh,
Let's know who you are.
Oh,
Yeah.
my name is Sayud. I'm from India. It's like 1 a.m. here. I'm 16 and I'm like
Oh wow.
working on like design and stuff and like yeah.
I wish I was into fashion when I was 16. Jeez. You're in good company. Someone's asking what you do. I think that, yeah, you kind of answered that. People want to know who you are.
I mean, if there's a way of like showing my work, I would love to show it.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Like when I run through a few of the collections, then we can, if you want to show your work, you can definitely. Okay, let me go through the comments quickly. No, I haven't talked about LV. Business-wise, I haven't looked into the commercial side of Jil Sander, so I can tell you. Kolor was not covered by Vogue. Yeah, it wasn't. It wasn't. It wasn't. I don't think. I don't think it was. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. Big up to India. Someone said big up to India. Shout out to India. But anyway, going back to color, let me show the video quickly, the runway show on the screen, and then we can run through it. I don't know why people weren't talking about it though. I really enjoyed it. It was like one of my favorite shows of the schedule. Okay, let's run through this quickly. Okay. Are you familiar with color or like the work of Jil?
No, not really. But I love how they're doing like good set design, like at least from what I've seen right now. Like nowadays, like brands generally just don't focus on the set much. But this looks really cool.
Okay. Okay, so where do I even start with this? So okay, so what I know about this was, so color normally aesthetically is really, really maximalist. Like that's the aesthetic of the brand. However, with this collection, in response to COVID, something that Juun.J said in an interview that I read was that he kind of wants to fuse simplicity into his maximalism. So there are aspects of it that are very multifaceted in the way that you can style pieces in like in various ways. So I'll show you actually as we go through this many different ways that Juun.J did that. So yeah, just basically bringing like a new simplicity within the complexity. So if I can go through this quickly, because there are many different elements to it. These were quite interesting actually. There were multiple like sweaters that had like multiple colors. I really like that touch. But they were like sort of, yeah, this is a good example, for example. So this is where the simplicity and the complexity comes. So he'll have like a tailored suit and then have like a wall patch just on it, which gives it's simple, it's a simple touch, but it just changes the look completely. Even you can see behind this model, for example, there's another one of those like woolen patches, but on the back of the jacket. That's kind of these things that he's incorporated that I really did like. It makes it not look basic. Yeah, someone said the sweaters were gorgeous. I have some looks that I wrote down. There was knit that was look 30 and then look 36 and 38, which were the ones with the multiple collars I really liked. Those were amazing. Lord knows the price though. But yeah. He said this fire, why did nobody tell me?
Some of the silhouettes are so cool.
Yeah. Said you can tell Juun.J is a Kawakubo disciple. What I love about people that train under Ray Kawakubo actually is how skilled they are, because I remember reading about Com ages ago and like how it works in the house. And obviously, Junya Watanabe has been like a big person, like soldier under Ray Kawakubo at this point. And actually, when you work for Com, like if you're under the Com umbrella, Junya Watanabe like makes you work for his house and you just learn how to make patterns for like a year before you do anything else. And then after a year, like you have a choice if they like your work of like making your own brand within the Comme des Garçons umbrella, or you can like leave. So like Chitose left, Juun.J left. You have people like Kane and Amia who stayed. So now he has his own brand like Kane and Amia Noir, which is like absolutely amazing. But it's why all of them are so good. All the brands are so good because they really understand like pattern making to a really high level. The pleats on the men's pants. Hanan, where are you? You need to hop in this live stream. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to hear your thoughts. I can't link it because, so basically where I got the interview from was, luckily I have a lot of friends that work in fashion press. So they are lucky enough to be able to interview these designers. And then they just kind of summarize what the designers say and just like tell me. So I don't even like have the interview or anything. Like I couldn't even send it to you. unfortunately. So when these collections happen, what I normally do is like reach out to my friends that I know work for like big publications if they've like interviewed someone or anything, and then I kind of get the inside scoop on what some of these designers say like in interviews. So that's when I say like, oh, in an interview they said something. I get that from like my friends who interview them because I can't interview these designers. Hell no, I'm not that big yet. I see a lot of inspiration from Chitose's work with Sakai here. Well, they inspire each other because also with Sakai, I see a lot of color there in the collection. Yeah, Junya Watanabe was mentored by Ray. Yeah, but what happened was it's weird because Junya Watanabe was mentored by Ray Kawakubo, but after that, Junya became like the person who teaches everyone. Ray doesn't necessarily like teach people the way Junya does. So Junya is like the main in the Comme des Garçons umbrella. At least he's the main person that actually like tutors people, whereas Ray just like focuses on her work and like business stuff. But she trained Junya, who then trains everyone basically. But it's so interesting, like reading about that stuff. Oh, Jun Takahashi. Okay, yeah, that's another one. I thought you meant Junya Watanabe when you said Jun. Oh yeah, Jun Takahashi as well. Yeah. I don't think people know how wide the umbrella of like Comme des Garçons disciple. Let me think of how many I can think off the top of my head. There's Chitose Abe, Junichi Abe, there's Tao Kurihara, there's Kane and Namiya. Who else is there? This is color A Autumn Winter 21. I'll type it in the chat. But yeah, the Comme des Garçons army, they're strong. Ray was able to give light to a lot of designers by taking them from Japan and putting a spotlight on them in Paris and Europe. I agree. So is that how to say your name? Can you hear me?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you think about what's on the screen? Sorry, I'm trying to involve you. That's the whole point. It's like everyone has an opinion. So, no, it's cool. So what's your opinion on like what you're seeing? And don't feel like pressure to say something intellectual. Like there's no pressure.
Can you say that again?
Don't feel like pressure to like have to say something like super intellectual. Like no one's going to judge you for what you say. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, I'm very honest. I don't like look at modern like fashion shows much because I don't want to be influenced by like what is on the runway today with my like design and stuff. Like even like I'm not on Instagram or anything. I just hate
That's
the fact
interesting.
that
Ooh,
I hate the fact that I can get influenced and that like that I don't want to like reach the stage of being generic.
Yeah, that's really cool. So do you look at like old fashion then?
Yeah, McQueen is like my
McQueen's
my like god.
Yeah, he is up there. Are there any other designers like you're interested in that you look into a lot?
I mean, honestly, not really, because I just like doing my own thing. Like I just don't want to be influenced. That's it.
That's really cool. I actually like that mentality because I think a lot of designers. Wait, sorry, what are you going to say? Sorry, you're going to say something. You said you like someone.
I like being influenced by like emotion over. So I'd like. So one of my collections that I'm like I just like sketch, right, because I can't make some of the stuff I design. So like my new collection was based off like the Greek god for Aries. So I looked up like his personality traits and it was like ego and like megalomania. He was a megalomaniac. So I like looked at what they wore back then, which was like the suits of armor and stuff, the gladiators. And I looked at what like egomaniacs wear now.
Yeah.
And that was like a suit and like a tie and just like the people that control the world wear stuff like that, right? So I like blended the two and stuff. So like I like connecting it to emotion and then blending like the newer stuff. And I just like contradicting things.
That's really cool. The fact you're 16 and you think like that is insane.
Dude,
That's
whatever.
actually insane. Like, what? If I thought like that when I was 16,
Exactly.
oh my God.
Dude, I hate kids that at 16 know what they want to do. Like, I'm fucking 30. Are you serious?
What? That's crazy.
So jealous. Ugh.
People want you to show something, so you might as well, if you want to show some of your work.
How do I
show
do
some
that?
there.
Like, I don't know how to like share my screen or anything.
At the bottom there should be something that says like share screen.
It just says,
can you see it?
Mic, camera, chat, and leave.
Really? That's weird. Hanan, can you see a place where you can share your screen? There's a section there, isn't there?
I'm not on my computer. I'm on my
phone.
phone.
Okay.
That's why.
Oh, that's really strange.
Even I'm not on a computer. Wait.
Maybe that's why.
Like email.
Oh, maybe that's why. Yeah, I think you have to be on a computer. Yeah, if you email it to me, then I'll put it on the screen. Yeah, my email is in the description of the video.
I'll tell it to you. It's I cannot download it. It's pretty simple. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
Hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I said my email is in the description of the video. So send me an email. I'll open my email now.
On
I'll
YouTube,
share it on the screen. Yeah.
Where's NY Typical?
He's nowhere to be found.
I saw him comment in the chat. Just so you know.
Yeah, I saw him and then he kind of like disappeared. It's kind of interesting.
Get your ass on live stream. There we go.
Yeah, Hanan, what do you think about this collection actually? Because you were talking about it in.
I love the sweaters.
Yeah.
Especially the top of the sweater. That like it's very asymmetrical. It doesn't match, but it looks so cool. I mean, to be honest, I did not hear about this brand at all. My biggest revelation of this season was Tokyo James.
Yeah.
Because he killed it. And from what I understand, he's very from London. He's very like popular in London, not that big in America.
Yeah.
But this was pretty good. I really like this. I mean, the pleats were gorgeous, and the colors, everything. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I love the color. I just love what in the interview he was saying about like all the small touches and stuff. I really like that.
Yeah, and it's the play of the proportions. Like it's kind of oversized, but it still fits very nice. It was pretty interesting. It was pretty interesting. Somebody to watch, definitely.
Someone's asking me Korean. I can tell you loads of Korean brands that I like. Kanghyuk, Blindness, Juun.J, Wooyoungmi. What other brands do I like that are Korean? When I think of some more, I'll tell you.
It kind of. Did you mention that it's very that it reminds you of Gucci a little bit? Because
I didn't actually see that because I'm going to review Casablanca later, and that was when I was going to talk a lot about like the Gucci similarities and things like that.
I agree with Casablanca 100% because Casablanca is very maximalism on steroids, which is cool. But I did get like few looks that were very Gucci layering on.
See, I love stuff like this because I know that little like woolen patch is like detachable, which is so cool.
Wait, which one? What look is that? Number
7.
Oh, the brown part is detachable. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That is pretty cool. Who's the designer of this? What's his name?
Junichi Abe. Chito Abe's husband and power couple. People talk about fashion couples and they don't talk about the Abes. How dare they?
Finally, somebody in fashion who is like talented does something crazy and we love it.
Cool, sorry.
I'm kidding.
Were you able to send it to me?
Yeah, I've sent
Okay,
it.
I got it. I've seen it.
Yeah.
1 second. Oh, this looks really cool. All right, let me see where I'm gonna save it.
So that's the collection based off armor and
Yeah.
the suits and stuff. And
where do you make the? Do you make these things digitally?
yeah, on Procreate.
Wow, 16.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't.
No, because I'm thinking of like where I was when I was 16.
That's what I'm saying. Don't say that.
So it's just like, wow, like this is impressive.
Like, that's beautiful. Honestly, I wish I knew what to do when I was 16.
I know, right?
Ugh.
And
So
I had no idea what I wanted to do when I was 16.
I don't know if you saw the
Dude, I
first
was
page.
figuring out how to cut the gym class. That's what I was figuring out because I'm not running. Okay, NY this year.
I'm sorry, he was going to say something. What are you going to say?
Yeah, I don't know if you saw the first page with the color palette. Like even with my color palettes, I don't like showing it as bars. So I always take like the liquify tool and like mess around with it.
Hey, can you put it on screen or?
Oh yeah, I am. I just need to figure out because my folders are an absolute mess. So I need to like arrange it into one folder. 1 second, let me sort this out. Otherwise, like people are just gonna see all types of files.
Hey.
Not those type of files.
Okay, good.
This is so cool though. This is actually really cool. I won't lie to you. All right, let me see if I can show it on the screen. Let me know if you guys can see, by the way, when I show it on the screen. NY, welcome to the stream.
Finally.
What are your thoughts on what I've talked about so far? So I talked about Jil Sander, I just talked about Kolor, and I talked about Wales Bonner. So what are your thoughts on like any of those brands and their collections?
Well, Wales Bonner is doing what Wales Bonner does, and like I feel like people are now feeling what I was saying last year about, it's not necessarily speaking to the hearts of like men. So yeah.
I did prefer this collection because I feel like it's definitely more authentic. Because what I said earlier, I'm not sure if you're at the stream then, is like in her earlier work, it was almost like she turned it into like some sort of fetish that she like contrived, which to me is fine if like you're just a designer who's creating their own world, kind of like a Rick Owens or whatever. But if you're like a designer who's like, I'm referencing this specific point in time of men from this specific place, it's a bit weird to try and like, do you get what I mean? Recontextualize it in a way that just is not historically accurate at all. So that was my criticism of her earlier work. But I think now the research is definitely there. It's definitely accurate historically. And then she adds like her feminine touch to it, which is, I like it personally.
Yeah.
I love his designs.
Yeah, I really like them.
He's a cool story.
Really, really interesting. Very geometric, which I really like.
Geometric, asymmetrical. He's got great silhouettes.
Like obviously, we can see the ode to McQueen. We can see the ode to Demna.
Trust me.
Yeah, the shoulders. Like I like I was learning about how emotion is like put through clothes, and like high shoulders was something I learned that gives like power, and like and so for this like collection, like I try like visualizing the whole thing, so like I know what I would do if I was in a place where I could like fund the fashion show and stuff. So it was like, so I wanted to use like a 3D print.
Oh no, he's gone. What?
What are you like? It's fine.
But yeah, sorry. Continue what you're saying.
Yeah, I wanted to use like a 3D printed plastic type of thing, and then like as you can see, like the leather textures, so like alternating, so the structure would be maintained with the garment, And for like the show, I want to do something insane where I would like, you know how the Colosseum, where like the whole gladiator fighting used to happen like in Greece. So I wanted to like make a small, put water on it, like just like a foot of water,
Yeah.
and have like, so the water would signify them walking on water as like God, as like egomaniacs, and like two
Yeah.
people dressed with suits on top and like a gladiator like full top bottom.
So is
And
that
this was,
because, sorry, a lot of people are asking about the masks. So is that from like the fact of the gladiator idea? Is that where it comes from?
yeah, that was the whole idea.
Okay.
The
So like a
gladiator.
helmet sort of.
And this was designed
We cannot hear you.
this was designed before the Balenciaga gladiator thing.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm not trying to
Let them know. Let them know.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Yeah, but yeah, so I want to do the water and the and then two people, and then two like really like massive people with suits on top, gladiator shoes in the bottom, like choreographed where they're fighting while the whole thing is going on.
That's so
like,
cool.
That's pretty cool.
The soundtrack would
How
be
is
I
he
Am a God by
thinking like
Kanye.
this at 16? Like, how is this happening?
I was the same thing.
How is this happening?
Dude, like mad props to anybody who thinks like that. That's amazing.
That's really good. I'm actually, I won't lie to you, I'm really impressed, to be honest.
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
That's
And it's like mood board is everything. Like from Greek mythology to McQueen, Balenciaga, Yeezy.
Yeah.
Yeezus is basically like most of my work. If I could describe it, it would be that album.
Yeah.
Screw you to trends or whatever is going on. I'll do what I want to do.
Someone said is asking what your Instagram is. You said you don't have Instagram, right?
I have a brand Instagram which I go in once every 3 days to just post something.
Okay.
So,
what is it for guys who want to follow?
No spaces, NOONECLO. That's it.
Wait, can you type it in the chat? Is that possible?
I don't know how to do that because I can't go on the YouTube app right now because I'm on a.
Oh,
iPad.
you're on your phone. Oh,
Wait,
okay.
spell it out quickly again, slowly. Where is he? Where's he going?
He's gonna come back. He always does.
His work is amazing, though. That's crazy. At 16, that's wild.
Right? I 100% agree.
I'm sorry, my Wi-Fi is really bad.
Oh no, that's fine.
NOONECLO.
Just slowly.
NO.
Yeah.
ONE.
Yeah.
CLO.
People are spelling it out.
I just typed in the chat. Yeah.
So none of like this stuff is on there because I did.
I feel that I would be like in this time as well. Okay.
Yeah. So everyone, go follow him if you like his work because I think it's amazing. And the fact he's 16, it's only going to get better with time. He's only going to improve on his skills, improve his knowledge. So that's insane. That's crazy.
Can you guys hear me properly? Do I need my microphone?
Oh no, you're fine. Compared to most days where your audio is.
Yeah, I need my
By the way, Demi, completely out of conversation. What's up with the little like sign next to your name now? Little mechanic sign, the French key.
Oh, I thought that was just me. I thought it was for other people. I don't know.
I see it. I'm like, what is he doing?
Maybe it's because I'm a creator or something.
You're dropping fashion and going into like mechanics now?
I've always been in the industrial design of so yeah, definitely.
So did any of you guys see the Namacheko show? Because I really liked it. Okay, cool. Let's play it. Let's play it. I want to get your like first thoughts. As this plays, by the way, I'll give you guys some background. If you guys aren't familiar with the brand, like Namacheko, it's like not new. It's like kind of semi-new. It's run by like two siblings, and originally they are from Sweden, so they're not Swedish descent. That's where they grew up. They're of Kurdish nationality, so a lot of their work is actually there's a lot of cultural references in how it is to be like Kurdish and navigating being that in Sweden and the difficulties they had. There's even a quote that I have here that I wrote down from one of the interviews. So they're called Lezan Le and Dylan Le. So Dylan gave an interview and he said, as a teenager growing up in Sweden, you just want to be like your friends, but you never lose being a Kurd. And he's talking about like being Kurdish and what he went through. They also actually say that they're very inspired and obsessed with like Margiela. So if you're looking closely, you can clearly see the Margiela reference in their hair, like very clear. And that was the ode to Margiela in this collection. Like, there's nothing in the designs that's an ode to him, but every collection they try to like pay homage to Margiela, which is quite interesting. Also, they don't have a like traditional design background. Respectively, they study like art history and engineering. So yeah, they're kind of like self-taught designers that make really, really fantastic clothing.
How'd you spell the name? Namacheko. How'd you spell that?
Namacheko.
Okay.
But yeah, I've been a big fan of their collections for a while because it's not like, it's like amazing tailoring, but it's not like super commercial. There's always an added edge to it that makes it a bit more like, for example, say like more avant-garde than say Jil Sander, for example. And also because their cultural references are tied into the garments, that's also something that makes it quite interesting. And in this collection, I have to show you the pictures because
yeah, that's what I want to say. Because
with this fashion film, it's specifically dark though. They've done it specifically because it's this idea of like COVID, what's happened with COVID, and the fact that like everyone is like locked up in their house. So the idea they came up with was like this idea of like being underground or like undercover, which is why it's like dark and hazy, so to speak. But I'll show you guys the picture. Show Studio had the looks, funny enough, so I'll show you guys.
I have to Google that.
Their production is based in Antwerp, but they started the brand in Sweden. So their production is based in Antwerp, not necessarily the brand itself. But they use, because I've been a fan of this brand for a while, so I know. They use the same production house as Raf Simons. So the same place that Raf Simons gets his clothing produced is where they produce their clothing. Well, where they manufacture their clothing. And he said, I feel the brand is known for their printed knitwear and printed stuff in general. I agree. Okay, I'll spell it for you guys. Namacheko.
They have it on WWD. Menswear Daily, they have
Yeah.
Even
Why do people keep
last-
calling them Antwerp twins? They're not from Belgium. Where's this misconception coming from? They grew up in Sweden. Just because they received the Belgian Fashion Award doesn't mean they're Belgian. Like, go and look into where they're from. They're not Belgian.
Is there a small city in Sweden called Antwerp also, maybe? That's my only.
No, they're not Belgian, guys. They're not. You go and like look it up. They're not Belgian.
This is nice.
They grew up in Sweden,
Even
guys.
McQueen's last collection was based off Plato, right? Plato's Atlantis.
Yeah. Well, technically now.
That wasn't necessarily his last collection.
The last one was the Angels and Demons, which was 2011. But the last one that he was alive was Plato's Atlantis. Yeah, but yeah, because he died in February 11th of 2011. Yeah. So
sad times,
right? This is like interesting. I wonder, like, you'll see like one of the looks has like orange sleeves. The material is what is this? So interesting.
Yeah. So obviously here you can see the clear reference to the hair. You see the footwear. They had these like open toe loafers that had fur on it.
Yeah.
I really like those. Those are like quite interesting to look at. There was this knitwear. I'll show you. I think I put it on my Instagram story. It was so good. Okay, you can see the loafers like clearer here, for example. I really like those. I actually really like those.
This is what Matthew and Givenchy was trying to do.
Yeah, but not quite. But yeah, so they kind of have that going through the collection. Tailoring's amazing.
That's the one that I was talking about. So look at the sleeve there. Like, it reminds me, Matthew actually in Givenchy did something similar for his first collection. For he had like those pants that are very look like gum pretty much. It was like,
oh yeah, crinkled ones.
Yeah, it looked like a Margiela reference. So
yeah.
But I'm sorry, just one question. You said that one of them was a fashion historian, and the other one?
Wait, no. Oh, no, not them. So one studied art history.
Art history.
And one studied civil engineering. Yeah, they're not fashion historians. Oh no, okay. No. Yeah.
This is interesting.
But yeah, I really like. I think someone said they're known for knitwear, which is what brought me to Namacheko in the first place. Because I have a friend who's like a Namacheko fanboy, and he's Swedish, so it makes sense. And he just buys the knitwear, so that's how I found out about the brand, and I kind of followed the brand from there. But I want to show this piece.
Oh, I saw this look on your page.
Yeah. Okay, like knit like this, these two. So like this, for example, is so good. I love knitwear like this, or like the next one.
That's the one that you posted.
Yeah. It's so good. But in general, it's quite interesting because like that's why I wanted to talk about like brands that no one's talking about, because we'll get to Louis Vuitton and all those brands and Dior, but like Namacheko no one really talked about, Kolor no one really talked about, and it's like these are amazing collections. I don't know why in fashion we just like to skip past like the whole schedule and just go to like 5 collections.
Isn't this look has like airplanes on it? That's pretty cool.
Yeah. But anyway, I want to know what the guys in the chat think about this collection. What do you guys think? Do you like it? Do you not? And also, what do you think about the Margiela reference?
Interesting.
I find it quite fascinating that people think they're Belgian. That's really fascinating because obviously they moved like production to Belgium and stuff. I guess now they're kind of associated as like a Belgian brand. So, wow, that's interesting. Sam said, is it possible to hop on the call? Yeah, of course it is. It's open to anyone to join. I'll drop the link. The only thing is that with these live streams, there's a maximum of like 6 people. 1 to 6 people, then that's like it. Wait, someone said they called them the Antwerp 2. Really? Interesting. I didn't know they were called the Antwerp 2. I just never saw them as like Belgian, sorry, because they're not from Belgium. That's so interesting. I didn't even know that. You learn something new every day. People say they like it so far. The cuts are nice.
Oh, what's up?
Hey, what's up?
Let's go.
You might have to close the YouTube tab and leave the StreamYard tab open. Yeah.
All right, got it.
Oh yeah, because it echoes. What are your thoughts on like what has been going on so far?
So far, so good. I understand why people are sort of referencing Antwerp. I mean, it's very clear the Margiela stance, I'd say.
Yeah.
I think especially with the wigs and sort of the production as well. I think a lot of the silhouettes, sort of the whole sort of Antwerp camp, like is using a lot of the similar references. But yeah, I mean, I really like it. I think, honestly, I wish that it was like, I haven't seen besides the knitwear one thing where Namacheko was like really like popped off. Like I haven't seen, you know what I mean? Like that one show where that really brings them to the forefront.
Yeah, I think they have like small elements of like the footwear, for example. I really like it, but it's how many people realistically are like experimental enough to wear like open toe like leather slippers with fur on it? Not many people. So I can't imagine. I love the design, but I can't imagine that's gonna like make them take off, for example. The tailoring.
Sorry,
what did you say?
I was gonna say they don't necessarily have to, push themselves to the forefront. I feel like I would totally prefer them to go down their own creative direction than to appeal to mass markets.
Yeah, especially with the direction fashion has been going in now. Like,
Very
oh
true.
my god.
Yeah.
If anything, you want someone to just stay in their sort of like creative circle. Let me see what's next on my list. So, okay, cool. We're gonna talk about J.W. Anderson. I'm sure Hanan, did you see that?
I did.
You see J.W. Anderson's show? Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on it?
Mixed, to be honest.
Interesting. What was, because I have mixed reactions too, but I want to know like your thoughts.
So number one, I can never say that he did a bad collection. That's number one, because he never does a bad collection. For me, it was just I don't know. It was just like a mishmash of a lot of things.
Yeah, I agree.
Kind of like the previous collections had some kind of a base to it. Like like what was it? I think the last season it was strictly on silhouette. It was like round shapes. It was a lot of that. But now it's more like it was busy.
Yeah.
It was just busy, and at one point I did not know where to look. I'm gonna blame something like on styling. I remember those pants. The pants were amazing. The pants with with a line going on the side. That was pretty cool. And then like very furry or whatever the material was tops. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But it was just a little bit of editing. I think it would. Do
you know where I think he went wrong with this collection? Because like the inspiration of the collection, for example, is like sort of like this escapism, and that's why there's all these like, and he wanted to kind of like have fun with it, and which is why there's all these different vegetables and fruits everywhere, like pumpkins and berries. And I know he got Jürgen Teller to like shoot it, who is kind of a good fit, because Jürgen Teller is like the photographer if you want to make something look really like normal, but like normal in an artistic way, basically. That's like Jürgen Teller's MO. But I feel like if he wanted to do this whole escapism thing with the fruits and stuff, it doesn't really work unless you go as far as it being like surrealist.
Correct.
Like for these type of ideas, so it wasn't surrealist, it just looked a bit flat. It just looked like, so for example, I know that was like what was it? It was a vegetable like crocheted. It's just a bit random, like vegetables is printed on a sweatshirt. It's just so random.
Yeah, it was pears.
And I know what he said was a good thing that he did say was it was inspired by like Dutch 17th century paintings, and I went to look at what the paintings look like, and I can see the similarities. But the collection still wasn't cohesive. And then this part here, he was talking about how Harry Styles. Remember when Harry Styles was on TikTok and that sweater that went big and everyone was making a sweater, talking about how it was a cultural like phenomenon. So he tried to bring that back. But that's like so random. Like it's so all over the place. It's like
that's a reach. I'm sorry. That's a reach. That's a reach. I mean, to be honest,
you do know something crazy though. Do you know that sweater that Harry Styles wore is in the V&A? Do you know that?
Are you serious?
Yeah, because the V&A is making a collection of clothing based on like clothing that had an impact during COVID, because they feel like it's going to like be one of the things that signifies like the COVID era, for example, which makes sense. But imagine like a sweater that Harry Styles wore is going to go in the V&A.
In a museum, dude. Museum. Like, come on. Like
that's crazy.
Like, come on.
Yeah. So in my opinion, this collection, and I loved J.W. Anderson, I really do, but this collection just wasn't it. It just really wasn't it.
But to be honest, like when you went to see 17, because we know his story about references. And we know
that's why I went to look at it.
Did you really think that it was referencing that?
I did. When I looked at it, should we give wider context so people know what we're talking about? Okay, I'll let you explain it actually.
So from what I remember, it was I cannot remember what collection it was, but it was the collection that was inspired by Oscar Wilde, right?
Yeah.
And it was the flowers motif. And then the way that like it was described, it just seemed that the collection was made, and then they wanted to add a reference, and then they added Oscar Wilde. The way that the collection was described was very non correctly descriptive of Oscar, because they tried to make him, like he was living his own lifestyle. The man.
Yeah, there was just stuff in it that wasn't factually correct. Like, let me try and like summarize it. So essentially, when I talk about like designers like trying to be intellectual, like 2020, 2021 is a time of like every designer wants to be like the most intellectual. So everyone has to have references and stuff. And it's cool. Like, honestly, if you want to, make a collection that just looks beautiful, that's fine. But if you try to be intellectual and it's wrong, and it comes across as disingenuous. So there was this, at school, we had this lecture about Oscar Wilde and like the history of like just fashion history in general. And they tied it back to Jonathan Anderson's collection. I can't remember what season it is. We'll probably find it. That he took inspiration from Oscar Wilde. And in the, in the press release that they made, there were so many things that were factually incorrect. And the thing is, so if Jonathan Anderson was inspired by something where he didn't even have the facts right, it's so disingenuous. So since then, I started to like, when he says he's inspired by something, I have to actually go and look at it. So like in this collection, he said he was inspired by 17th century Dutch paintings. I was like, okay. So I went to actually go and research what 17th century Dutch paintings look like. So yeah, that's the skepticism that we have around J.W. Anderson.
But with all that being said, was this his strongest collection? Definitely no. I agree. I found it like very, very confusing at one point, because it just seemed that there's a lot of things that's going on with just to happen. The pants again are, I really love the pants. I like anything that's kind of unusual. Yeah. But he did. Let's just say he did okay.
Yeah. Someone made a comment that's really I want to touch on actually, because it goes back to, this is why I have a love-hate relationship with J.W. Anderson. Because I read that Vogue article actually, and he did say something along the lines of like, he wanted to like tone things down because he felt like the industry was like in a state of making products for product's sake. And I sat down and I was like, but he makes pre-fall collections. So like, I wouldn't expect that sort of thing to come out of it. I'd expect Dries Van Noten to say something like that.
That's true.
Because Dries Van Noten is so true to what he says. Like, he doesn't make loads of collections. Like, he doesn't overproduce. Do you get what I mean? Dries Van Noten has the credibility to say something like that. Not J.W. Anderson that makes loads of full collections and Uniqlo collabs. Like, what? And he's talking about like products for product's sake. So that's why I have a love-hate relationship with him, because there's some things that he says that I like, and I do like parts of his work. Then there's other times where like Oscar Wilde, it's not even accurate, or it's just really, it's just all really confusing.
Do you think at all that it's hindered by the fact that, he's part of sort of the LVMH circle of designers, where, his house was bought out by LVMH a while ago. And then also like he's obviously at Loewe as well. You think that, with Dries, I think is he still privately, does he own his own company still?
Yeah, I think he does.
All right. I think with the I think with the pre-fall stuff, I would totally agree. Like, if you let your own namesake, and I get that we all have to make money, right? Owning a house is not an easy thing, but like, you have to sort of back up what you're saying. In terms of sort of your kind of stance on how you see the fashionscape at the moment.
Yeah, I think that like his previous collections were so strong, and I hate to say this, but it's like it always reminds me of Galliano and McQueen. Like, when they say like you're as good as your last collection, I hate that saying.
That's
I don't want people to think that like I like his work. I like most of his work. It's just that people in fashion are very like you're as good as your last collection, and that's such bullshit.
That's so bad.
Because he gives his like last 4 or 5 collections were superb, were amazing. So,
my favorite JW Anderson collection actually is one of his old collections where he had like these shorts that like curled up. It was the collection that inspired his Moncler Genius collab. That collection was amazing. Like I have an old video called "Who is JW Anderson," and in that video I talk about that collection. But there's just a bit of a disconnect because if you collab with Uniqlo, get your money, but then you can't come around. It's just like it's either you get your money or you're like you have integrity. So like you can't have a Uniqlo collab. Your namesake brand has pre-fall collections. I can excuse Loewe because that's like a huge brand. And then you come out and you say, oh, loads of other designers, they're making products for product's sake. But it's like you have a Uniqlo collab. And you do pre-fall collections. It's like he wants to have his cake and eat it. And that's why I have like a love-hate relationship with him. But in a general sense, though, I'm a big fan of his work. He just contradicts himself a bit too much for my liking.
I think that he gives Loewe a lot more best hits.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that he gives it to Loewe than to his own brand, which is ridiculous. But it is what it is. His work for Loewe, especially menswear, I think he's a lot better in menswear for Loewe than for himself.
Yeah.
Women's wear, his menswear is so much better though.
Yeah.
I mean,
hey, shout out to Madeline.
Speaking about like the collaborations too, I mean, you have to look at the Totoro collection that he did with Loewe as well. I mean, that was I mean, let's be honest, that was a complete cash grab. Like that was not really anything else.
That's why there's a disconnect because some things that JW Anderson does is amazing, like artistic, and then some things he does are cash grabs, which is fine. Like be an artist and get your money, but then once you say something like other designers are making clothes for clothing, so when you've done that yourself, there's a massive disconnect, like humongous disconnect. I think sometimes, I think sometimes designers, they get so big and so famous that they become like an echo chamber of themselves, and then they start to like not think that they do stuff that they accuse other people of.
They look what everybody else is doing except themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Also, let me run that back actually because I thought that was really interesting. Because here he was talking about how he made like a knot bag. I actually really like that knot bag because you know his Pierce bag is like a hit. So I wonder if he can turn this knot bag into something else.
His accessories are actually very good.
Yeah,
I mean,
his accessories are always really good.
He delivers that department always. Shoes especially. Those shoes are gorgeous.
Yeah.
His shoes and bags are always pretty much on point.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty much what you need in fashion. I mean, it's sad.
Yeah, I mean, we all should know that. Yeah, accessories. So.
It's the golden ticket. If you know how to design shoes and bags, I mean, you kind of set.
You're pretty much set. I think I learned it from you actually. What you were talking about in the video, how the brands make like most of their money off of pretty much perfume and accessory sales. Like only like it's crazy.
It's I was reading. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm reading this book, and it's called The Empire of Fashion: Dressing Modern Democracy.
Hey, did you get that from the Omondi podcast?
I actually Pamboy put it on. And he said
on the list.
Yeah.
No, I don't think there was even on the list. He randomly just put it on the.
Do you know how I found that book? Because I've read it. Do you know how I found it? So Omondi, do you know who Rachel Omondi is?
I don't.
Okay, she has this like amazing fashion podcast. So she invited the writer of that book onto the podcast. So she was describing like all the times in that book. Dude, so when she was talking about the book in the podcast, I was like, I need to read this, and then I got it. And because you've read that book, I know you've read like they talk about how when the brand started selling perfume, they stopped caring about the clothes and stuff because they're making so much money. You've read that part, right?
So when the first it came to me that the first perfume, I guess it was Frederick Worth in 1911.
Yeah, it was.
1911. and then Chanel did it in like 1921. Then you have Joy. But the thing is that 94% of income of like profits for Chanel, I think, in 1 year was from the perfume. So that is like ridiculous. Like when you realize that like everything is fueled by a perfume, a bag, or shoes, I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is a difficult read, though. It is a difficult read because like this is very like it's very like philosophical and everything, and then I have to read like 4 times.
Do you know what that book reminds me of? Because I had to read it twice. It reminds me of The Glass of Fashion. Have you finished that?
That's what I need to go back and read again. Dude, I'm like reading the same book like 14 times. It doesn't make any sense. But
it's the way they used to write. It's so complicated.
It is so, and then like the worst part is like they start a sentence, then they put comma, they talk about something completely different, put comma, go back to the first part, put comma. And I'm like, time out. It is a good book though. You learn a lot.
It's really good. It's really good.
You don't realize how important couture was.
Yeah, so important.
It's like the basis of fashion. Like it's
crazy. Compared to now, like it's like night and day.
Ready to wear.
Well, I think this was written in like 1994. I think.
Yeah. So what was in the book actually? We can run through what they said in the book because people are asking about it. So they were talking about how couture was so important because ready-to-wear collections weren't as prominent there. And what happened was when fashion got more commercial, it transitioned to where the ready-to-wear collections got so good that all the rich customers were like, there's not even, what's the point of even buying couture anymore? So they were buying, like mixing what they buy with the ready-to-wear with like the couture garments, which is how couture started to lose its like relevance.
It's basically basically focusing on like 100 years, what they call like the golden age of haute couture, which was like from 1857 till 1960s when ready to wear started really kicking in. So they're talking how couture is actually the one that started fashion shows like we know it. You know, like Frederick Worth started the fashion shows by using young models. He would put it in salons. Like he kind of made this thing glamorous. This is a time when you would start with 2 collections per year. Then they added 2 more. This is a time when you had like 300 looks per 1 season of couture. Like that's crazy. Peter is telling you how luxury kind of moved from couture and luxury moved towards ready to wear, and this whole
and licensing. Yeah.
And licensing and like perfumes. It's talking about everything. It's talking about like genders a lot. It's saying how like it's okay. I mean, just what we're talking like in current day and age, how it's okay for a woman to wear everything masculine. It's not okay for a man to wear a dress because a dress is a woman's property.
Yeah.
You know, it is.
And they were talking about how, you know, like it's so interesting what they said in the book, how anytime designers say gender fluid and all that, they're really just putting men's clothes on women.
Correct.
But then the flip side doesn't happen, and I thought that was really interesting.
And they said, like that's the last taboo that fashion will ever have.
Yeah.
When you put like women's clothes on men, that's when like and this was written in 1994.
Yeah.
So that's 27 years ago, and it really is current. If anybody wants to know, it's called The Empire of Fashion: Dressing Modern Democracy, and dedicate at least 3 years of your life to this because it's a complicating book. Very complicating. I started writing notes, dude.
Do you know the one book I can't read? I've tried, but I just can't do it. You know, The Fashion System by Roland Barthes?
I heard of it. I didn't.
It's such a good book, but I can't. My brain isn't. I don't think I'm intellectual enough for that book, honestly.
I'll show you what.
Like, I don't think I'm intellectual enough for
I'll
that.
show you what I started reading, which I cannot finish because it's Anna Wintour.
The front row. Yeah.
What lies beneath the chic exterior of Vogue's editor-in-chief? I cannot finish this book.
It's a good book, is what I've heard.
Not because it's intellectual, but it's talking a lot about like her personal life, and I kind of don't want to know when she was a virgin, and her like Like when I came to that, I'm like, okay, mom, stop.
Someone said, but how about Thom Browne? So we're talking about in a mainstream sense. Like, how many rich people do you see wearing Thom Browne skirts? Like, rich men do you see wearing Thom Browne skirts on the street? Think of every rich man you see. You can count on one hand how many you see wearing a Thom Browne skirt. So whereas I do like it, I would wear a Thom Browne skirt. It's not that I can afford it, but the average rich man that can afford it is not wearing it. So it's still a taboo.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, the people that are in this live stream are like really interested in fashion. We are not the masses. We are not like the popular opinion.
Yeah, so you're not gonna have a good
time. Definitely not.
But Thom Browne is different because Thom Browne has been doing like this for a while, but it's still not picking up. I mean, like you don't see guys like in skirts out there.
Thom Browne has been doing it for so long that recently, I can't remember what brand they had skirts. I think it was LV, like Virgil Abloh. And people are like, oh, he's putting skirts on, man. I'm like, Thom Browne has been doing that for like years and years and years.
Well, Virgil did it in this collection for this
year. Yeah, he did.
He did.
He had the kilts and stuff. Yeah.
Beautiful. But like Thom Browne has been, I mean, like even if you look at that in like the, what was it? Was it in 1995 that Jean-Paul Gaultier actually tried to do that? But he kind of did it for marketing. You know, he didn't try to change you know, the way that we perceive men's fashion. He did it like to piss people off.
Yeah. Yohji comes from a different mindset though. Yohji doesn't even fathom genders. Yohji's just like, I want to create clothing that everyone can wear. It doesn't even have anything to do with genders. It's not like I'm trying to like make
he's not
genderless clothing. He's thinking of like a totally different way.
That's true. That is true.
I think going off of what you were saying, the GmbH did a really fantastic job with sort of mixing the two. Did you get that show?
Who, GmbH?
Yeah, I haven't touched on it yet, but I did like the show.
Are you going to talk about it?
Yeah, we might as well. Let's talk about it.
We're talking about GmbH, right? The German.
Yeah, the German brand.
Even though I have to say it didn't have a lot of crazy ideas, it kind of relied on like the neckline.
Yeah.
There was no crazy looks, but like they had that idea and then ran with it, which I love.
Yeah. There was a suit with like a strap across the chest that I really liked.
With GmbH, I think they just do such a good job with the sort of mix, like you were saying with how they do a lot of menswear on women and then just like genderless. Mm-hmm. I think they did a really good job with sort of the opposite and flip-flop that. And there's a lot of other brands that have done it well, but I mean, it's not an easy thing to execute. It really isn't.
You're okay. I'm back fully in effect. There's an interesting conversation that I slipped into when I'm back now.
Yeah.
So, just my 2 pence. And you're gonna hear me say this probably for the next decade and a half. Quite literally, menswear has not evolved to that extent where we can start wearing women's wear, quite simply.
Yeah.
Menswear had centuries. Men just started wearing the shirts that we wear today in the 30s. So to think that just like I'm guys, like, and if we're just gonna talk contemporarily and not even talk like that, guys were still getting beat up 10 years ago for wearing skirts. And just and not even 10 years ago, let's say 5 years ago. And even today, there's trans people being just for that existing. So
agreed.
Like what people don't understand is like we are fashion people. That's what people need to understand, because like I live inside fashion, outside of it as well. So like I get to see both sides. There are people there are men that wear skirts. Like in London, there's places that I could go if wearing a skirt, I could get attacked. So it's clearly not accepted. But if a woman wears menswear, a woman wears menswear, nothing's gonna happen. No one cares.
If a woman wears a pant and hoodies, like
so it's not. Like when we say it's not accepted, you can't say, "Oh, but what about Thom Browne?" Because we mean like it's society doesn't accept it yet.
So
I mean, if you want to know about like women's fashion and their relationship to pants, all you need to know that until January 31st, 2013, by law, it was forbidden in France for a woman.
Yeah, I read that. It was crazy. I read that somewhere.
Insane.
So,
but women were wearing pants, but they just didn't know that it was still in law, so they had to like they protested and got it like removed. Yeah.
I know that you're making Balenciaga video. He was the first man to put pants in couture in 1960, which is hilarious.
Let them know.
1960
Don't give them
ago.
spoilers. I don't want them to expect the Balenciaga, because if they know I'm going to make a Balenciaga video, they're going to send me messages on Instagram.
A podcast, fam.
When is that video coming out, by the way?
What, the Balenciaga one?
Yeah, I've been waiting.
See, do you know what happened? So I was going to be like, okay, I'm going to release the first Balenciaga video this week, but then, sorry, next week. But then they were just like, yeah, you have an essay due on Monday, and then you have another coursework due on Tuesday, and then some more due on Thursday. And I was like, oh, wow. Like,
I thought you were going to say COVID happened, and I'm like, that's not an excuse.
This is a titillating conversation, though.
No,
but yeah, I think us as like fashion forward people, sometimes we get a bit stuck thinking genuinely that like some things are like widely accepted when they're not.
We're in our own echo chamber, and we think outside the bubble a lot. Well, I say we as a royal, we just so you know everyone else can talk to people, but I still live with yo. But yeah, for the next, like, let menswear develop itself. Like, we're just now paneling like exotically and technically on tailored suits. Like, paneling is about like, so there's other things, there's other places menswear can go. I said this in my menswear revolution video. There's literally places that men haven't explored as men yet to start saying let's women's wear, because for a lot of people that's just how do you say this, it's like a fad, or like it's just one of those, it's a gimmick.
Yeah, that's true to like most people.
So, but like, we can talk a big game, but at the end of the day, if we're going to dress in pure menswear, it's still going to be partially boring.
Hi, Neil. What's up?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Tell the people who you are, where you're from, what you do.
Hi. So I am a 22-year-old commerce student from Mumbai, India. And
shout out to India. We've got 2 Indians on the stream. That's amazing.
Yeah, hi, Sayed. So, my opinion on men's fashion and men wearing skirts is, I feel if the fast fashion brands like Gap and Zara and even H&M, if they start pushing skirts in their men's collection, then maybe it will be consumed by a lot of people around the world, because right now majority of the people buy their make their daily closet from these brands. So if they normalize it in a way, then maybe it can be normalized.
But do you guys think like the more brands do it, the more it's gonna pick up? I don't think. Me personally, I don't think it will, because it is, it is a symbol of a woman. We're not talking about pants that are for men and women. Are strictly a woman's property, which
if a shoe has too much heel, it's known as a woman's footwear.
Ayman had a good comment that I want to talk about. He said, but the idea of gender clothes in the case of skirts and dresses is Eurocentric too. If men wore more of their culture's clothes when being in Europe, the status quo would change fast. Looking at LV, so that's more complicated than you think, because like I remember when I lived in Nigeria, right? A lot of our cultural clothing, they look like gowns, and if I was to wear that stuff, like an agbada, you know what an agbada is, Dami, it looks like a gown, but the thing is, if you wear an agbada, it's such a disconnect, because if you wear that, no one's going to look at you funny. But if you wear a skirt, yo, you might get burnt.
On an occasion of like celebrations, so you can't, like, you wouldn't even be allowed to wear it casually, because
you can't just wear it around. It's going to be looked as weird. Yeah.
Yeah, it's bastardization of our culture in general, anyways. Like,
so it's more complex than that. It's like, so someone said kilts, for example. If you're not Scottish, there's a bit like, I don't think you can just be wearing kilts all over the place, just like casually. That's a bit strange. Like in the UK, people will look at you funny.
It's just a fam, because we're drawing all of these lines and trying to, you know, evolve as people, and like there's this like toxic masculinity and all of these things. Like, we're trying to see where we can bend and like create and try and make arguments, but some things are just so stern and too complicated as of today, and the fact where it doesn't go anywhere. Like, after you put a guy in a skirt for 10 collections, what's the next thing you're gonna do, fam? Like, skirt for 5 collections, another 5 collections, you put him in a dress. What's the next thing, fam? Like, only where it goes after that for menswear.
So someone had clothes have no gender. So this is a very idealistic approach, because obviously I feel like clothes have no gender. Even if you look at history, for just based on the fact that what is menswear has always been changing. Once upon a time, men's wearing skirts was masculine. Then it became feminine. Like, us humans, we just decide what we decide is masculine and feminine at any point in time, which is proof that like you can't really gender clothes. We're more the people that are confused. However, that's not how society sees you. So there's some places that if you have the mindset of clothes have no gender and you wear skirt there, you'll get burnt alive, like I said, in parts of Nigeria. So it's very idealistic to have that mindset when that's not the mindset of, like, you know, the masses, for example. So when we talk about like clothing and gender in a, like how we are now, when we're talking about the masses, it's very idealistic to say like clothes have no gender, for example.
I agree. I think like it's definitely not actually even a fashion thing when it comes to sort of pushing you know, more genderless clothing forward. It totally has to do with culture. I mean, I think like every big LVMH brand could put out skirts for men, and I still don't think that it would pick up. I think it's not going to pick up until culturally.
We're going to get to the LV collection, but I like the skirts in the LV collection. But that's not the majority of the collection. And the majority is innovative for menswear.
And we know the customer base of LV. Do you know who's going to buy the skirts, actually? Do you know who's going to buy the skirts?
Who's
women.
That?
Do you know how I know this? Because you know Casablanca? There's certain pieces that look feminine in Casablanca's collections, and they realized that more women were buying it than men. That's why they started women's wear.
I did not know that.
Because before it was just a menswear brand. So like, as much as we like to believe these things, that's not how the masses, it never goes the way like we believe it. That's the thing.
Gung ho and like have these like, you know, discussions and say all of this, like, but when I look at society as a whole, and I peer outside of what was famous fashions, and no, fam, I can't speak for myself when I'm writing these things and pretend like everybody else is wrong when there's probably like 100,000 people out of 7 billion that think this way.
It's a bubble.
Because the people that think like us, the people that are open-minded like us, are such a minority. It's unbelievable.
Teenies.
That's such a minority.
So like, if we're talking like, because I don't want to get into this is why I didn't want to get into the gender conversation, because the reality is like the proper part of this conversation, menswear hasn't evolved.
Yeah.
It hasn't evolved. Like it was stagnant for 2 decades. 2 decades. And it's just now getting some legs.
Exactly.
Like
it's not
because they've been doing that for the past 30 years, fam. They've been doing that for 30 years.
It's moving very, very slowly, and extremely slowly. Not at a pace that all of us would want, but you know what? Like at this point, any movement is good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Exactly. Like I'm liking the way that, you know, all of these new guys are doing menswear, like Elliot Emil and like all of the like technical designers like Sam Ross, like everyone kind of push in a certain type of way that expands the scope. Like, anywhere that expands the scope, like even like because I was even just like I don't know whether you like I think we're going to Ziggy Chen, but I like the way he's expanded the scope of the building.
Ziggy Chen's on my list actually. So yeah.
So
Ziggy Chen is up there. Ziggy Chen is up there.
So, like, you know, there's fruitful places that menswear is evolving.
Yeah.
But it's not in a skirt, in my opinion. It's not like this is like one stop. And women have done skirts for centuries. So
there's loads of things. There's things like dresses, there's things like skirts, there's so many elements.
Like the dress has evolved in women's wear to such the nth degree. Like there has to be particular design elements that are menswear so that you can make a skirt. Like a skirt made from paneling, from tailored paneling, like would be something that I'd like to see. Like they've I think Yohji's kind of done it before.
Rick Owens has done it. Yeah.
The type of paneling that I'm seeing on Elliot Emil and Ziggy Chen and all the layering and stuff, I'd love to see expanded into a skirt. But that's just paneling. That's just one iota of, you know, menswear properties. Only because of tailored suits. So expanding the scope outside of paneling, outside of tailoring and formal wear, and like suits and all of these other sweatsuits and that. Like I need to see that first, in my opinion. I just want.
But do you know, even if we just talk about the space of like 10 years, menswear has evolved so much though. Because I remember when Givenchy hired Oswald Boateng, the reason they did it is because fashion, as far as menswear went, was still just suits.
Oh, bro, you're old. That was 15 years ago.
So because it was just suits. Fashion then was just suits. So they're like, okay, let's bring in like one of the best tailors in the world who's relevant to just come and spice up our suits. And then he went there. In fact, when Oswald Boateng was at the height of his career, he was making suits that had skinnier pants, suits that were colorful. He was the one who started like the colorful suits on Savile Row, right? And even then, they were like, this guy's crazy. These aren't suits. Like, how can a suit be purple? And now we don't even have conversations like that anymore. That wasn't even like, we're even going too far. That wasn't that long ago. That was in my lifetime. So even now we've evolved like quite a lot.
So I think one way to bring back or to update men's fashion at a faster pace is if we go and look back at all the cultural references and how previously men would dress. So for example, we know how Irish had something like sort of a skirt in their traditional outfit. Similarly, in India, in India, each and every state in a way has a subculture of its own. So in the state of Gujarat, the traditional dress that people would wear for a particular festival, technically, for men's is called a kedu, which looks like this. If you can Google kedu, I can tell you the spelling.
How do you spell it?
Kediyu. And you are so the the traditional dance that you would do is called Garba, which has a lot of
KEDI.
KEDIYU. And the sort of dance that you would do after wearing this is like dance around in circles in a way, and also yeah. So this is again something that would look very nice when you would just take a swirl while dancing.
Yeah,
And is also comfortable.
there was notes of that in Grace was Born. I think she had the jalabia underneath the
She the Adidas tracksuit.
So,
Yeah.
like, if I think about it, from 5 years ago, like I was wearing long t-shirts, and now we're thinking I was wearing dresses. 5 years ago, just long t-shirts, fam. And then obviously, like, it grew into the culture, and like in 2017, long t-shirts for everyone. But it needs to be a thing where all the guys start saying, "Yeah, this is cool enough to me." Because that's the only thing that we.
I think also we need to realize like privilege. I don't think people ever think of their privilege when they have this conversation, because like most of us like here, we're based in like Western countries. Obviously not like guys from India, but like in London, for the most part, unless you go to certain areas, you can probably wear what you want because people here are that open-minded. You can't go to African countries and be wearing this. Like that's why people are like, wear what you want. Clothing is genderless. Like if you go to some place in Africa, they'll just burn you alive. Like genuinely, they won't even like.
Croatia.
So people don't even accept. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. So it's like people also don't think about like what's the word? People always think of it in like a European context or like a Western context.
It's the same in Cambodia too. It's if you wear like. If you're seen as wearing anything that's considered women's wear, you're pretty much exiled. And it's not a good thing. And an interesting thing about what you were saying about the even 5 years ago, people thought that like colored suits were outrageous.
Yeah.
What sparked? I was watching a podcast recently with Kid Cudi, and even when Kid Cudi and like Kanye were wearing skinny jeans, people called that feminine. That was crazy.
Yeah. Yo, I was there.
Yeah,
2011. I wore my first pair. Well, no, it was 2010. I bought my first. Today, they're not even skinny. It's not even skinny.
Nah, not even compared to today. Like,
no, bro. I was like, if you really know my life, I have been fighting for over 10 years, fam. Fighting, like actual. So it's a thing that I like to push, but also like I know as an older person now that men have to buy into it. Men have to buy into it. You can't.
Unfortunately.
Like, it doesn't stop with design. It changes with. Like, I was saying, like it's what we think in our head. So when people buy into it, quite literally, then it's just gonna change on its own. But people have to buy into the design first. And obviously, you need a cool person to do this, and you need another cool person to do that, influence and story changing. But like, we're not gonna. Well, to be fair, like I don't think anyone's doing this. But we're not gonna change menswear's design by just shouting at men saying, "We need to do." Like it's just one of those things: design, influence, sales, marketing, all of those things just kind of slowly creep up. Like I was saying, before it was grey, navy, black suits that you were wearing. Pinstripe was when you were doing your power suit thing and you were like trying to close a deal type shit, you get me? But now guys will wear any pattern, tie, any pattern shirt, and pink shirts even. Like 2007, I was in business school, like while I was doing my GCSEs. And they said wear suits to school, 2007, I was wearing a pink shirt, fam. 2007. Do you know what time? To be fair, I was popular back then, so no one could really chat shit to me. But people wanted to talk, fam. People wanted for a pink shirt, but obviously today, men are wearing pink.
Yeah, I remember when pink shirts, definitely were looked at as like, I do.
It's pink. Color.
it is just the color, but some people are just so not like unaware of like how uncomfortable they are with their own sexuality that wearing things like crazy.
Back then, people were asking, actually, to be even today, people still question me. But back then, women were questioning me proper. Today, women are like, yo, suit really, pink really compliments you, etc., etc., etc. It's one of your good colors, all of that. But back then, fam, if I tried to move to a girl in my pink, oh wow. Listen, it's not even like this is real life for me. Like I don't want anyone to feel like I'm even down in the idea because I live in this body trying to do. So it's just one of those things.
Yeah, I think that's a good conversation, and we can transition into like the LV show because obviously it had a lot of like elements of that. And then secondly is the fact that he kind of had, you know, like the kentes and the stuff when we were talking about like traditional dress and stuff. Yeah. Wait, hold on, let me get this word. So first things first, I'm going to ask is, what were you guys' thoughts on the LV show?
Me, I commented erratically because I heard the controversy. Well, not even controversy. The woman assuming that.
No,
okay,
so stupid. That
we can talk about the controversy actually. Because do you know what? I didn't even look into it because it just looked like so much BS. I didn't even look into it.
It was no, but it was audacity for me. I was like,
can we not start with the controversy just because this show was too good?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
agreed on that.
I agree.
Right, all right. So that was just my introduction in it, and then I decided to take a step back and just watch the show. And then obviously you get the poem at the beginning. I don't know whether he's still talking. He is still talking, right? And he's like, but he's bringing off all of these names, and they happen to be references. Right? Like he's ringing off the names right now, but
yeah.
As soon as that happened, it really set the stage for me for all of the looks that we're about to see, and like obviously, like I'm gonna talk about this like again and again and again. But I was thinking about the Emerald Kingdom in what's that with the Tin Man, the thing like what's that girl that clicks the heels 3 times? No place like home.
Oh, Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz.
No place like home. Wizard of Oz. Wizard of Oz. He said what? Robin Hood.
Okay, I was like,
listen, when it comes to
Wizard of Oz, I was thinking about the Emerald Kingdom and the king, and the king of no wait. I forgot what he's called behind the curtain, but I was thinking of that guy. That's the first one that comes to mind.
right, someone Andrew to see it's one of my favorite things in life. So I want to know in the chat, what was the general consensus with this show? Because I thought it was amazing. I genuinely think that so many people have just built up this thing about not liking Virgil that they just decided that they convinced themselves that this is bad. Even though a lot of the inspiration was like from himself, like it was from his own culture and his own cultural background, which is hilarious. Like, how could he possibly like copy something when it's based off his own culture?
I saw that as well. It was ridiculous. I think it was really interesting.
That was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It was really cool to see him reference sort of African dandies. I thought that was one of it was just tailoring and everything, but within a modern context and sort of his sort of American background as well. He just hit it on the head. I think this is one of his best collections by far.
Yeah.
I'm gonna agree. I'm gonna say this was his best collection. I love the whole reference of the airport because it's so cool. And even if you look at the guys, there's one guy that is next to the wall, which reminds me of Jerusalem. That you have the, how do you call it? In Croatia we call it like the crying wall. It has so many good references, and you cannot. This is something too good. The diversity in the show of the cast is something to remember.
Yeah.
Something to remember, because for a conglomerate like LV, like LVMH, to have this type of cast, brilliant.
Yeah.
I think I saw it at Dior as well. The it was the Ghanaian painter that Kim Jones worked with, and I'm really glad to see this. I think it's maybe we can't say yet because it's not the future, but I think these last couple of seasons, say what you want about design, but casting has been very good for the last for almost all brands. Besides, like, we won't get into that.
Yeah. The design for me was very fresh, and it was styled amazingly. I mean, it did like amazing job. So, I mean, people are just waiting for him to put something out just so they can hate, which is beyond ridiculous. And people are waiting for him to put out something so they can find something similar in their own design and say
which is where, like, we're not gonna talk about it. I'm just saying that. So what that girl did is a pure example of someone who is trying to leverage bashing another designer just so she can raise her profile, which is and that I didn't look at it. I didn't give it any attention because that's all that it looked like to me.
It was like, you think you can tell the story of a black man that are a white woman. Wild to me.
She was honestly just saying rubbish, honestly. But one thing I really loved about the collections, like he was talking about how it was like an exploration of like African heritage and the fact that he, like, what it means to be at the pinnacle of like fashion in Europe, being an African American and his parents being like immigrants. So someone was asking earlier about the planes, and it means so many different things. He talks about this like tourist versus purist thing. So it's a direct reference to like being a tourist because he feels like he still has a lot more to learn in fashion. But also specific to this collection, if you read, I didn't read all of the show notes, there's like damn near 40 pages. But when I was scrolling through it, he also mentioned how there's also part of it is to do with the fact that his parents left Ghana to come to America. So that's also part of the reference.
And can I just say one more thing? People basing their opinion on two looks, which are Chicago and Paris, which are extremely difficult to make. Find me another brand that's going to make the damn buildings and put them on. This is not something that you're going to wear in your living room, buddy. This is like something that goes in the museum and you'll be fine. But people are basing like their opinion on the two looks, which doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Yo, look at the skirts, man. The skirts
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just thinking about the looks, like the skirts, that jumper right there.
There were
the whole Emerald City
on the floor, like very longer coats, which were amazing. There was that one white look that I could see, like the train on those jackets on the coats was amazing. Like,
I love that look. I love that look so much.
Love it. Like, you can see Eric Badu definitely wearing that. And I don't know who the singers are, but they brought the house down. This was just one thing after the other of like good, better, best. It literally the show went like
so the good thing about this collection is this collection made me understand people that actually have a critical viewpoint on fashion versus people that say things that it's just a popular opinion. This collection really spelled it out to me. So once I saw people like talking about how the collection is bad because of one look that someone was wearing like a building, which literally is just supposed to be a reference to Chicago, and another one that's a reference to Paris. I'm like, okay, your opinions aren't critical. Like, you just say things because you just don't like Virgil, so therefore he can't do anything good.
I think on top of that too, it's like it's Virgil's in a really unique situation or sort of place compared to a lot of other designers, because I think Virgil is so a part of sort of the new wave and like the internet culture where people outside of fashion look at his collections as well, And a lot of the hate that I saw for the buildings was coming from people who really just did not care about fashion. Like I saw it all over Twitter and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, you just gotta, you know, not look at those type of things.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, especially when you're talking about the tourist and purist, I think this was one of like, I feel like this is the show that really showcased what he was saying in that paper. I mean, I think everyone should read The Tourist and Purist, what he has to say about that.
Yeah.
And
I can read it out, actually.
Too.
I have the show notes on my laptop. 1 second, let me read it. Let me just open it up, because it's in like the first bits of the show notes.
So I was thinking about the granite all the time and how it was used very, you know, it like you see there's snow outside wherever the show is happening, and how you don't see granite in regions where there's snowfall, because granite usually comes from all the countries like Italy, Brazil, India is where you find granite. But and even in Ghana you find granite. But somehow, I don't know if it did that on purpose but just the granite just strikes differently, and then the green color and the use of white all around just adds something that you don't see usually, the uniqueness, the futuristic element.
Didn't he was like inspired? What's the name of the architect that he was inspired with?
I can't remember. I saw it in the show notes. Oh, damn.
Yeah, somebody juxtaposition wrote it. Mies van der Rohe.
Mies van der Rohe.
Yeah.
I'm butchering the shit out of it, but yeah, he was inspired by him, which is amazing. But you know what I love? My favorite part of the show is the guy that opened up the show that was talking about, Whitman, Plath, Nostradamus, like the names that he was pronouncing. That set up the show perfectly, because it had so much emotion. Like honestly, like this is the show that I'm gonna remember for a very long time.
Agreed. Yeah. He's so good at theatrical, the theatrics. I mean, I also really enjoyed when I think it was Alton Mason who did the jazz opening for the Bottega show that he did a couple of seasons ago. I don't remember, but at the beginning of every show, he really does. It's theatrical, which I think is so good in fashion.
Yeah, I think for the first time, I might actually like save up to buy some stuff in this collection, because I just liked it that much. Because LV prices are like through the damn roof, but I'll save up for it, because I was just like, no, this is too good.
Someone said Virgil is already a legend.
Well, I mean, he's a legend in many different ways. Let's not lie, though. Definitely.
He's very influential. I mean, you can't really, whether you hate him or love him, he's influential.
I mean, he's always going to be in the history books. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Always.
There's an interesting conversation about the comparison between Karl Lagerfeld and Virgil, and sort of like.
Really? What was the comparison that was made?
I mean, I haven't read through the whole thing, but the fact that like he's very much sort of more this like that they're both hated but also loved by a lot of people, like, and eventually, I mean, Karl Lagerfeld is one of the most influential in the last 20th, in the 20th century, and I think what people are sort of pointing out is that Virgil sort of has the potential to do that. Whether you agree or not, I mean, it's just going to see through time, honestly. But I think that was the conversation that really pointed out. I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense. A lot of people do not like Karl Lagerfeld, but a lot of people really like him as well.
Yeah. Also, can we talk about Ibrahim Kamara's styling?
Oh my God, he does. Does he ever miss?
Does
he ever miss?
That princess cut coat with the A line flaring out up. I forgot what it's look number 53. There it is. Yeah. Look at that A line. Ooh, look at that. See? Look, this is what I mean, fam. Like where menswear has places to go. Like it's obviously a level of dress, but it's also French. But yeah, fam, it's given a lot.
That's a good point. I didn't realize that. Yeah, it's totally in line with like an A-line skirt. I mean, I would love to see this on more menswear, sort of the flared train.
Come on, man. Different, like, just think, like, can we just give menswear some extra?
Yeah.
But just what you said, Sam, he's very theatrical, and that's what we're missing. We're missing the theater of fashion, like McQueen did it. That's what I think is gonna, because every show that he does it's a spectacular.
Yeah.
It's a spectacle. Even though my previous show that I really liked was it Fall Winter 2020, the Sky one that was inspired by clouds.
Oh, yeah. Was that with the masks and the pieced together suits, the ones that have cracks in them?
Correct. With like the silver masks and everything. I thought it's not going to get better than that, but I was wrong. This is amazing.
Also, there are interesting elements to the footwear. Like, I know he made like a LV version of like foam posits.
Yeah,
which I thought was really interesting because Comme des Garçons had a collaboration with Nike and it was foam posits as well. So I wonder if that's like a collaborative effort because obviously Virgil works with Nike. Because you know Nike every year they decide what like silhouette they want to push. So maybe 2021 is the year of the foam posit.
That CDP have one as well, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
I've never been a foam posits person. I could never pull them off. But I think it's one of the Jordans that's like more interesting. Like I think there's a lot that you could do with it, and it's I just hope to see them push that even further.
Yeah, I don't think I could wear foam posits for fashion reasons. I'd wear it for basketball, but not like fashion reasons.
But brilliant.
Holy shit.
Yeah, really good show.
Okay,
Amos, sorry, I just saw your comment because Amos was saying how basically we should search up the inspo for his. Yeah, I've seen this, but I'll just play it so you guys can see. 1 second. But once again, this was like the original inspiration of like what he did apparently, which is why I can't remember what's that woman that called him out.
I don't even remember.
Because I think when she was like claiming that it was her thing he took, and then people were saying no, it was actually inspired by this, and I think he confirmed it. I can't remember, but I think he confirmed it.
Giving me bare Wizard of Oz vibes. Which no was like this.
Someone said foam posits are classic. They are, to be honest. 2011 basketball ones.
Yeah.
It's so weird though. I don't associate like Comme des Garçons en plus with foam posits at all. It's the most outlandish, but I guess that's what Comme is. But it's the most like far left thing for like Comme to do in a show. It's just like crazy.
I bet that's why they chose the foam posit to run with. I think it's one of the weirdest looking Jordans, to be fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been doing the obscure numbers, innit? Like the 5s and other numbers.
So I'm gonna get
Petite Noir, La Vie est Belle. It's beautiful.
Awesome.
Look at me with my Parisian. Systematic reality.
Someone's dog is going crazy in the background. Okay, yeah, but LV, absolutely amazing. I think next we can move on to Casablanca. How many people saw the Casablanca show?
I did.
Yeah, I got to see it.
All right, great. So there's a lot we can talk about. Let me just get it on the screen.
Pull it up too.
Wait, Ayo, are we going to spend an hour just kissing ass to Casablanca?
Hell no. I had to, because I was on, when I'm on Show Studio, I don't want to like say my true opinion, because if I do, it's going to affect their brand, and I don't want to do that to someone else. I'd rather, if I'm going to say anything negative, I say it on my own platform.
Oh, I'm glad that you mentioned Show Studio.
Yeah, because Show Studio, if you say too many negative things, you might get banned.
Yeah.
I think that's like everywhere in fashion at this point.
Basically. Danny, do you have something to say? Oh my god. All right, so for guys who don't know, this Casablanca collection, if you want like background into Casablanca, I did do a Show Studio panel, so you could watch that. But this collection specifically, yeah, we've done Namacheko. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to watch it back. But anyway, this collection specifically was about like race driving in Monaco, and basically what it would look like if there was a big race in Monaco, like Formula One race, and then what the after party would look like. So the clothing was inspired by what you would typically see people wear at a Formula One after party. And this makes a lot of sense because obviously Sharaf is from
Morocco.
Yeah, Morocco, and obviously Moroccans and have like a big racing culture apparently, and they're quite obsessed with like Formula One driving, which made a lot of sense, and it was very, what's the word, authentic to him. I did see a lot of similarities, like I said, to like Gucci. Obviously, Alessandro Michele is like known for the pussy bow blouses. I saw a lot in this collection.
A little bit of Gucci, a little bit of Versace, I'm gonna say.
And then also even some Pucci too, and even just the aesthetic of, you know, like how Gucci has this sort of like film look when they film campaign videos and stuff.
Yeah,
like this vintage and retro. It looks similar in that way as well. Like even to the way it's filmed. I wonder if it's like a similar person who normally films like Gucci campaigns that did this. Because it looks so similar. Like when you watch a Gucci campaign, you see people like going on phones and stuff, and people like talking.
The styling and the floral too. I mean, also just like the way that even the models are walking right now. It's kind of like how they shoot at Gucci.
Yeah, but I love the styling of Casablanca so much. And what are you gonna say, Hannah?
What was the inspiration behind like the poker card symbols? I want to know why he did that. Because there's like
yeah, so because basically at an after party of a Formula One race, there's a lot of gambling that goes on.
Oh, okay.
So as a reference to that, yeah.
That makes sense. Because like you have like the cuts, then you have like them on sweaters. There's one dress that has that is like super long and it has the same symbol.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
That's where it comes from, because obviously gambling with the card, so he's used like a lot of the card symbols and put it on like dresses and sweaters and used it as a motif. And I actually like those pieces. I really like them.
Me too. I think they were pretty strong. But the whole thing seemed very. It could be just like the filming. It seemed very romantic. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But it kind of gave you like this like feel good moment, which is very, very welcomed, I think, in fashion at this point.
Yeah.
Agreed. I just like, I think the lightheartedness as well is definitely a plus comparatively, because everyone in fashion nowadays takes themselves way too seriously.
Yeah, it's playful. It's very playful.
Yellow. We did say it was inspired by Monaco.
Yeah. I think the Monaco also, I'm a big fan of Formula One as well, and I think right there, the Casablanca, this right here, Marlboro, you saw so many like the sponsorships from Marlboro in like the 90s, specifically McLaren.
Yeah. So Yellow's adding more context. So he said in Monaco is basically where all the crazy casinos are, like Casino Royale. So yeah. Yeah. I think he must have been answering like Kanan, what you said about the cards and stuff.
Yeah, I think so. What I really did enjoy that, like, he did not go crazy with the logo. It's a strategically placed. Like, you don't see him like Olivier Rousteing does it, you know, like slaps it everywhere on the walls, on the glasses, on the front.
Oh my God, can we talk about this? Because, wait, 1 second. So ever since, obviously, I started like studying journalism, one thing I've learned to do is like, when someone references something, I have to actually look at like how accurate they're referencing the thing. So like when I looked at like all the aspects of like a Formula One driver, like the outfit they wear, it was completely accurate, all the way down to the fact that this time is supposed to represent like an after party, and a Formula One driver, if they don't have time to change, normally they just change like their boots to like sneakers, and they just like go to party like that and like what they're wearing. So this is so accurate, it's unbelievable. And then all the details, like the Casablanca stuff, they made their own like Formula One car and stuff. I really liked it. Yeah.
I think also with the accuracy, I mean, it pays off as well. And another actual label that did a similar thing this season, which was really, you know, the comparison was Rude. They also did a lot of automobile inspired collaboration with McLaren. I do think that Casablanca did it better, just because I think there was more finesse. I think also it's definitely inspired at least more by 90s and 80s motorsport, which I think is a little bit more interesting than sort of the modern era of Formula One, which they did.
It also has a little bit of 80s, 70s Bollywood vibes. I think Sayuj would agree. 80s, 70s Bollywood vibes.
Yeah, I think I can't remember what year. I've forgotten because I was reading about it quite a while, but it is inspired by a certain time frame of Formula One. I just can't remember when exactly. I think it was the 80s, but don't quote me on that. But no, I just find it so fascinating that he literally he made women's wear because so many women bought his menswear.
Well, his menswear was very resortish. It was very like tennis, going to play tennis.
Yeah. So remember, because we reviewed like one of his older collections. You remember we did a stream about it. That was like the tennis collection, wasn't it?
Yeah, but if you wanted it, I think even like in 2019, I was looking into his stuff, and he said like I'm gonna start the late 2019, I think, or he said I'm gonna start with women's wear just because it's getting so popular. Like, you know, like when you see these clothes, for me, I see a lot of Versace, a lot of it, because it does have that feel, and it's beautiful, and it works for him. So will he sell? He definitely will. He knows a lot of famous people already, so I don't think that it's going to be an issue for him to sell, and it's a nice product. So.
Someone said McLaren was sponsored by Marlboro from the 80s through to the early 90s. So yeah, I was right then. It was inspired by like Formula One in the 80s. Because I knew it was a specific time frame. Yeah. I wanted to say this look, I just really like it. Like the Ace of Spades.
That's the one that I was talking about.
It's so maximalist, but I love it. And this is not even like my type of style, but I just like how it looks.
I 100% agree with that.
I'd wear Casablanca.
Yeah, I would too. Although I've never actually looked at the price of Casablanca, so I don't know if it's like within my price range.
Like a couple hundred still, if it's not leather.
But this is a little step up for him, because usually what he does a lot of landscapes. He focuses on landscapes a lot, you know, like sunsets or mountains, which are very beautiful, but they like completely different direction. Even though
I love this. This look gives me Chanel vibes. I don't know why.
Let me see.
Not current Chanel though. Definitely not.
Okay. Yeah, the price range of Casablanca is actually quite affordable.
Is it? Did you check?
Yeah. I'm checking it. It's like, well, they've got a 70% off sale, you know, on Net-a-Porter.
Yeah, they said it's pretty anachronous stuff from the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Interesting. Someone said you don't want to see the prices.
But it's like £500 on average.
That's not expensive for like a luxury brand. Well, let me not say luxury, because luxury is like Louis Vuitton, isn't it? More like high end, whatever that means.
Yeah, whatever that means, bro.
But you have another look that you're gonna come. That looks very Chanel.
Yeah, it's this one.
Yeah,
It's
that was
this
Chanel.
one. I love this, but it looks a bit Chanel as well.
Even the one before on the guy.
Yeah, the jacketing. Yeah,
it's very Chanel.
contrasting. Yeah.
It just seems. I'm sorry.
Oh no, I was just looking at I was just saying the prices aren't as bad as I thought. I mean, it's still quite expensive, but
I'm looking at the collection, thinking of like how they're gonna sell accessories wise. Like I know a lot of people are gonna buy stuff like this tie, for example, or like there's little tidbits that can be really commercial.
I like that.
I love this as well. The racing shirt.
Is the guy like I've always loved like what the general consensus of Casablanca, like the theme is. Like just from the movie and like what I know about Morocco and Monaco and like race car driving, so this kind of aesthetic, I see myself becoming that character.
I definitely feel like this would be. I would totally wear this when I'm older. Like just grandfather just chilling, like relaxing.
Well, with your drop cut portion that.
Oh yeah, mine is Porsche cruising.
Yeah, that's the racing jacket. Yeah, I love that look. Also, I forgot to talk about the. What do you guys think about the New Balance collab? Because they had a new collab.
Yeah, I like that one.
This is like the second.
It was good. It was good.
I like that one as well.
I like this whole look. Is that a two-piece? I can't tell if it's two-piece or one-piece.
It's like has sweat that are like £200.
Really? That's not expensive. Yeah. Well, relative to like most things expensive, but for a higher range.
Within fashion.
Yeah, within like.
Yeah, within boundaries of what.
Because I don't want to say 200 is cheap because it's not, but
yeah.
Let me check their trousers.
They did a good job with the car. That's cool.
La Parfum printed. Their trousers are good. I
need to watch. Loic Prigent made a video on this collection.
I saw it. It was pretty good.
That.
Oh, did you watch it?
I haven't seen it.
What was the insight from it? Because I know there's always like some inner insight when Loic like interviews people.
I've seen it a long time ago, but what kind of was interesting to see? I guess that the place that they shot this thing was in Paris. I guess that it was a house of a very famous prostitute, which was hilarious. Yeah, that's what I remember. So what after you told me that like a prostitute lived there, you know that you have my undivided attention. So,
incredible. That is incredible.
So I guess that it's a museum right now. So it's pretty cool.
Batista must be like a Formula One fan because I've seen Batista said Big Tobacco was banned from sponsoring in the late 90s by the EU and therefore the European Grand Prix. So, yeah. So, Yo said, a lot of this is about dressing rich. What are your thoughts on that? What do you guys think?
It's passé, decadent, debutantes. Like, well, to be fair, thinking outside of myself once, the young people, because I know like it was really in with the mandem and like just general people that like more street style type clothing. So it's actually capturing that market, like their idealist thing, the idealist star and all of that stuff. I see like fair people wear that, and like when they want to wear sweats but want people to know that their sweats are expensive, they'd wear Casablanca. It's the same thing with Palm Angels, but this is like a better Palm Angels.
Interesting.
I'm gonna be back in a second.
Someone has an interesting question. 1 second. Okay, I'll pull that up later. But yeah, I really liked it. Someone said look 20 was really nice. Let me go to look 20.
We hear your mouse.
Click, click.
No,
wonder-
Click, click.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I didn't even answer the question. Damn. So yeah, dressing rich. I think Casablanca in general is about escapism, isn't it? It's about excess. It's almost like Gucci. It's like this real excess. I think in terms of the aesthetic of the brand, I think it works. I guess it goes against what most brands have been doing, which is like paring things down, you know, making it about, oh, this is COVID era, so let's tone things down. I think Casablanca is like the complete opposite of that. And if they were to go for the tone things down, so I don't think it would work for their brand because of the aesthetic.
I mean, it is a new brand, right? I mean, you don't want to start.
Yeah,
it's quite new.
You don't want to start in opposite direction. So I think like for them, like the dressing rich really does make sense. You know, let's make it luxurious, let's make it cool, and let's make it young. So
this might not be like the most, you know, favored take, but I do like Casablanca. I'm not gonna lie to you. I enjoy his work. I forget his name though.
Shafar?
Yeah.
I'm not
still, but I do enjoy the work, like just the aesthetic in general. Like I said, like I could create a character around what he's making, and like be acceptable everywhere. Like the character I would create, not the clothes.
Yola's hilarious. He's a tax evasion cosplay because, you know, like I think Monaco is like a tax haven.
Yeah, that's what they have.
But then he couldn't have possibly evaded tax because like they shot it in Paris, for example. So it wasn't like he deliberately shot it in Monaco and used it as like a tax write-off. But
I wonder what the sort of like, since it is, I understand the comparisons between Alessandro's Gucci and this collection specifically. What, like, I feel like as a young brand, and I'm interested to hear what you guys have to think. As a young brand, I can totally understand, you know, why wouldn't a stylist go to Gucci instead and, you know, get something that's more namesake than going to sort of Casablanca, which is newer and less known within the community. You know, I feel like as a young designer or a young brand, I understand trying to make money, but at the same time, like longevity as well is super important with sort of defining, you know, one shoe that's super popular or something that's like a calling card for a brand. And I feel like Casablanca just doesn't have that quite yet, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but do you know something? I think it depends on the customer because, like, I don't buy brands like Gucci or LV because if I have a lot of money, I'd rather buy Martin Rose or like
100%.
I don't know, like another mid-tier like in popularity design. I don't know why. So like sometimes it doesn't really matter if you don't have like the same like catch as Gucci because when we think about it, Gucci, what they sell for the most part is not runway stuff anyway.
Yeah.
So you're probably like runway stuff. It's not going to be that far different to what like someone else could sell. It's just that Gucci will sell like millions of perfumes and millions of like t-shirts and millions of like shoes. And then that's why they're a $1 billion company, and another company is like making 5 million a year. And that's what the massive difference is. So yeah.
But this is the first collection that kind of resembled Gucci. It would before. Before it really didn't. The menswear is very, I'm gonna say, authentic to them, just because of the look. But this is the first time that I saw some resemblance to Gucci. But before that, I think that he did very smart in building like his own look.
Yeah.
Really like not connected to
the
anyone.
menswear was really print centric, right? Like they would use a lot of prints with shirts and stuff.
I'd love to see the construction up close. I've never seen Casablanca in real life. I'd really like to see sort of the quality because I think that's really a make or break for me. Like these are good silhouettes, but
the look is nice, but like let's see the quality.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah. Someone said, "What do you think about the wearability?"
There's
nothing wrong with like it's very wearable. I don't think there's anything wrong with wearability as well. I know like a lot of like I call them in quotation marks fashion people. Like when something's wearable, they're like, "Oh, it's not avant-garde enough." Like that sort of like way of thinking. But if it ties into what the designer was the message they were trying to bring across, then I think whether it's wearable or not, like, it doesn't really matter. He said, I'll shut up with Formula One, but after this. But if anyone's interested in tobacco, marketing plans, and crazy strategies to get around that, type Ferrari and mission winner into Google. This is our resident Formula One expert. So from now on, I know Batista. Anytime any designer references Formula One, we're going to have to call your services.
Everybody, if you end up on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and there's a question about Formula One, his name is Batista. The man knows his stuff.
Yeah, someone said you can't compete with the big fashion houses from a commercial luxury standpoint. Yeah, true. But if you make a collection that touches a certain demographic of people personally, then you're going to sell your clothing, regardless of whatever Gucci is doing. Like I said, I brought up Martin Rose. Or who else would I buy? Like, I'm trying to think of like who I bought recently, because I bought from Martin Rose. I bought something from Aluwalia recently. That's about it, to be fair, because I don't have that much money anyway. So,
dude, it's crazy. By the way, where is that shirt that you wore in Aluwalia? Where is that from?
That's Andy Milamista.
Oh, love it.
Yeah.
I'm stealing it, just so you know.
It might be slightly too big for you. But
it's fine. It's fine. I'm into oversized stuff. When it comes to clothes, I'm fine.
Yeah, the sweater was Andy Milamista, the hat was Andy Milamista as well.
It was very nice. So does the zipper go all the way to the end, to the bottom?
Yeah, it does. So you can start it how you want. So you can zip it all the way up, or you can like zip those parts down. Or like the other end, you can like do it as well.
Were you like, let me give them a little bit of a shoulder?
Yeah. It's like, let me give them some shoulder action today.
He's like, I need more subscribers. Let me show some skin.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Hey, if it worked. If it worked, that's all that matters.
Okay, let me see what's next on my list. Oh, so many collections we can talk about. Where do you want to start? Let's see. Okay, let's talk about Loewe. Did you see the Loewe show?
I did.
Yeah. No.
All right, great. Did you like it? Let's start with that before we go in. I want to know if you liked it.
I don't know.
Because to me
the
personally,
same problem.
I think same problem. I just think this was not his season.
Yeah.
Personally, because so basically a lot of the collection took inspiration from what's this writer and artist? Joe Brainard. There we go. Mm-hmm. So it just came across like, because he printed Joe Brainard's artwork on like damn near every single look, to the point where it's almost like you didn't even really do much, did you? You just like took his stuff and just printed it all over everything. Which, like, I get collaborations. Like Fendi had a collaboration with what's his name? Skip my mind just now. Yolo will say Yolo knows everything, but it was only a few looks, which is how you're supposed to do collaborations. But to say, we're collaborating with like Joe Brainard, and then damn near every single piece there's like some sort of floral print. That's an ode to Joe Brainard. It's just like,
he's such a referencing problem sometimes, man.
See, look what I mean. Like, look what I mean. So like, look. The sweater, Joe Brainard. The bag, Joe Brainard. Like that sweater, Joe Brainard. Like floral prints all over it. Like literally everything. That sweater, Joe Brainard floral prints. It's like, man, look, these trousers. I did like the idea of them, because J.W. Anthony said it's this idea of like turning trousers into artwork. So the fact you can open these trousers into like two like massive bits of fabric. But Joe Brainard print, it's just like.
It was collection. It was not JW.
Yeah, what I liked, even though this also was Joe Brainard, I preferred this to like the very obvious stuff where you're just like using his most famous like artwork, which is that floral print. Here, they collage like different moments that represent Joe Brainard's career and made their own collage and turned it into a jacket. I thought that was quite interesting, more than like the other bits.
It did have some nice pieces. We cannot say that it didn't. For me, again, the same thing as his own collection. Too busy. It was too much for me. You could not pull focus on one thing. And those 3 skirts, 3 shirts that he did, I kind of found that cool.
I did. I wrote down, because you know he was talking in this video. I wrote down what he said about it. 1 second, let me find it.
And he did like just few of them, and they were pretty cool. But the pants with the belts, it was not for me.
That was also, that's what I said. It just wasn't. Let me find this. What he said about it. Yeah, so he said this idea of like mixing like shirts together or like sweaters together comes from this idea of kind of, it's supposed to represent the idea of repetition in Brainard's work, because Brainard would make a lot of artwork that looks similar to each other, but he would change like minute details. So that's kind of where the idea, but once again, I don't know how I feel about how that was executed.
Yeah, I found them like cool to see, but like I don't know. A lot of the stuff I think was lost in translation.
Yeah, I know he said the pants was an ode to like punk, but he said that well, let me go back to those trousers there. Obviously, literally when you look at those, the first thing you think of is Vivienne Westwood, like immediately. And he said even though looking at that, it looks like punk. He said that why this is interesting to him is he's lined it with like shearling on the inside. So he said it's this idea that you can look at something and it means punk to most people, but actually it represents totally different things. And obviously the representation of that is like the lining fabric he's used, which isn't typical of punk. So I thought that was interesting. That was actually a reference I did like. Like I said, I like that jacket that the model was wearing, where he said it was a collage of different moments of Joe Brainard. But I just thought the references were way too obvious. It was on every single piece. It's like no piece was even like, okay, let's just have only J.W. Anderson ideas, no Joe Brainard. We didn't get that on the look. So it's just like, I don't know.
I agree.
Well, I want to know, what do people think? What do people in the chat think?
With what you're saying, I wish that he would have played more on the idea of the hidden and like one thing looks like this, because I feel like he could have pushed that really far. But I also see how like it's sort of a disconnect to what he was referencing the entire collection off of. Like I haven't read into it much, but like the prints and then sort of the punk reference, it's kind of like you were saying, it's a lot of reference and some of it doesn't really go hand in hand. Not that it has to, but I just think it's like sometimes just weird to look at.
Yeah, I just think it's like, because I love J.W. Anderson so much and I respect him as a designer, I expect more from him than to take an artwork from Joe Brainard and print it on every look. That's not the type of level of like design I expect from like a J.W. Anderson, basically.
If it was somebody else.
If it was somebody else, then
that's different.
I think it's like we're harshest on the ones who we really look up to, because I love J.W. Anderson. I really do.
Yeah, but we have to, because he's creative director of Loewe. Like, he's not any random designer.
Yeah.
So
somebody mentioned before, like the same thing with Iris Van Herpen. You know, like she can do something. I'm gonna say little. I'm gonna say like she set the bar so high for herself that we expect her always to do better and better. But whenever she keeps it the same, people are going to be like, okay, that was a bad collection. So,
right.
You know, she's kind of like her own worst enemy. But just make bad clothes and that's it. I'm kidding.
No, I think the good thing about this collection, though, is say you have one of those, like a piece from this collection, people will be like, oh, that's Autumn Winter 21. That's the Joe Brainard collection. Well, I remember that. Because it's so obvious.
It's very recognizable.
Yeah, very recognizable. And I guess that's not necessarily a bad thing.
But you know what? I'd rather take this than like a logo on the logo on the logo.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So like it kind of is telling me that like you kind of know what you're you're talking about. So it's not bad. It's not a bad collection, I don't think, but it was not his best.
It wasn't great. It's more compared to like past, especially Loewe, like and JW Anderson.
Correct.
I don't think this was a good season for him in general, like across both brands.
It's COVID.
But when COVID started, he had amazing collections, though.
He did. That's what I was about to say. I was about to say his right in the beginning. He did the really beautiful stuff with the wallpaper that he sent to everybody. I thought it was so smart. I don't know what happened now, but
that's true.
Sorry.
He gets a pass this time.
No, we love Jonathan.
We love JW.
Like I always say this, I always say that I've got a British bias, so I don't necessarily say bad things about British designers per se, but I just didn't like this collection, fam. I didn't. It wasn't me. It wasn't him in my opinion.
It wasn't me. It wasn't him. It wasn't.
Like it didn't give me something.
Yeah, who was it?
Joe Brainerd. That's who it was.
Yeah, it was.
It was Joe Brainerd, wasn't it?
It wasn't Joe. It wasn't the artist. It was Eric. It was just
the whole collective.
Yeah.
Like I like when people try, but it's almost as if he tried really hard to not try too hard.
But you know one thing about JW Anderson that I like, and this is why I'll always be a fan of him, for example, is because even though I have a big love-hate relationship with him, is he always tries to push boundaries. So sometimes it's going to be a miss, like for this one, it's a miss for me. But when a designer always tries to push boundaries, that's going to tend to happen at points. But I appreciate it rather than being safe.
Dude,
I'm not at the point where I compare JW Anderson to JW Anderson. Like I compare Iris Van Hopen to Iris Van Hopen.
Yeah, so exactly.
I expected that just of his storytelling. Like it's not finished yet, so I didn't expect this effort because when he's storytelling, it's more. It just gives more, but in this collection, there wasn't necessarily all of that. Like seeing them all lined up like this, it doesn't even change it either. Like when I get to see the looks completely, and it's like.
What do you think of Loewe's sustainable line? Because these pictures from here, for example, it's from like the sustainable line. It's called like I Loewe Nature. It's like supposed to be their sustainable line. So they also like released this collection around the same time too.
I saw that. I thought it was actually cool. I almost preferred it over the actual main show. I mean, I think like there's two different functions, right? But I do think that it was the hiking sort of referencing was really cool. The explorer. I think they brought back a lot of sort of. You can totally tell. I think it's Loewe in just like the color schemes. I think some of the knits were really beautiful with the patchwork. And overall, I think this is. I almost feel like this is more Loewe than the regular show.
Right.
Yeah, and they're trying to. Is it fair to say they're trying to target a younger demographic? Like there's so many things about this that's like. There's the British references in this collection as well that like I pick out and like it gives me the 2000s like late 90s hipster thing that went on where like back when the British would say ragamuffin and shit like that, you get me? Rasta-mouth type stuff, and it's like
oh my god!
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
sorry, it's not couture stream, but should we do one?
I'm down.
Should we do one? Maybe at a later time. Maybe we could. Yeah.
I'm down.
Still need to write now.
I mean, of course, I deserve couture. I want couture. Like, I mean,
it's going to be I deserve couture. So that's. Oh, that was a funny tweet.
Okay, let's talk about a very polarizing show this fashion week, which was Rick Owens. First thoughts, what do you guys think about the Rick Owens show?
Change the cameraman, please. Please.
What, the same angle?
You know what? It's irritating me just because, like, I hate seeing
the front and not seeing or the whole. Yeah, I know.
Push you closer, dude. I mean, like, I hate seeing it from 700 meters away. I mean, I don't get it. This clothes is beautiful. I like this collection, honestly.
Yeah.
But it was just like you see this. It's nice, but then like you get to the main part, like you barely see the models, and that's just here. And this is not the first time that he did it. The last collection also that was in front of the church. It was another church that I cannot remember the name of it, but it was the same thing. It was so far back. Like, get it closer. I don't get it.
I saw a lot of mixed reactions on this show. A lot of people liked sort of the newer direction that Rick is going, but then there's also a lot of people who really didn't. I saw people really not like the show.
Because I saw like a big divide of opinion. Because I'm not in no way a Rick stan. I do own some Rick pieces, but I wouldn't say Rick is my favorite designer by like any stretch of imagination. But I have friends who are like Rick heads, and half of them liked it, and half of them said that they're tired of like this. That it looks, the past three collections have looked the same, and it's just like Tyrone's like stripper kind of like vibe. That's like taken over the collection, which is basically what they said. And I like, they're two valid points, to be honest.
I love the coats. I think the coats were such.
I love the collection though.
Such a highlight. I did not mind this collection, honestly.
Yeah, the camera angles though, Jesus Christ.
Come on, look at that. Now
it's filmed like The Office, for real. Just like,
does this guy know that there's like a zoom button on the camera? Dude, come on.
Yeah, the camera angles are just not it.
That's true.
At all.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to be seeing, man?
Right.
But I know Rick heads, knowing Rick heads are going to be, but that's the whole point of it. It's supposed to be avant-garde. Not everything is meant to be seen. I'll try to contextualize
Right.
Sorry.
I try not to argue too much.
Trust me, some of my best friends are Rick heads. Trust me, I live with these people like on a daily basis.
Yeah, me as well. One of my best friends is Rick, and I just go to pretty much everything. I don't even try. Like, I just, because he's already done it like minutes after the show. Yeah,
but what do we? Okay, let's talk about the Converse collab. What do you think about the Converse collab?
Oh, I saw that you didn't like it. Were you the one that you didn't like it, or who's that?
Yeah, I didn't like it, but me not liking it doesn't mean it's necessarily bad. I just thought that.
Oh no, I know, but yeah.
Yeah, I think shoes like this, because from the front they look kind of nice, but from the side they look long as hell. And the problem with me is I have big feet, so like I can't wear shoes like Converse because they look like I'm wearing boats on my feet. So I think if you have small feet, then it could work. But I think if you have like really big or long feet, then no. Like, they're just going to look really bad, personally.
I personally, I know some of my girlfriends who would look really good. Like, and I don't want to make this a gender thing again, but I just think with like, I saw a lot of my friends who like, I think they would pull it off really well. But for me or someone sort of like a bigger build, I think it's harder to pull that off. Because the thing with Converse too is it really squashes your feet.
Yeah.
Like it really just. Yeah, it's not good if you don't have narrow feet.
I'm not a fan of the Converse, but the collection overall. You know what? I always have to say that like he does have a look, and he does have his own DNA, and he does. And he does.
Is this something? Sorry, can this person clarify? Is this something that was read from somewhere? Was it something that he deciphered for himself?
Something about.
Wait, what? Can you put it back? I'm sorry. He feels what? He feels that Rick's trying to tell us there's.
I don't know.
Is it something I want to? Is it something that he read, or is it something that he deduced for himself?
I have no idea.
That seems like a stretch.
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. I want to know what.
If there's logic behind it, that's different. But if it's just...
There possibly could, because it's Rick. Like, Rick doesn't just do things that aren't intentional. However, because this has been the camera angles have been like this over a long time. It's not like just one season. So you can't tell me that Rick has had that idea for every single time the camera angles have been like this. So
really good.
No, it's true though. It's true. So,
stretch before you reach, fam.
But I don't know. It could be true. I don't know. But I just didn't read that anywhere.
I don't speak to that man. So
hold on. So wait, I think he clarified. He said something similar in an interview. If he said something similar in an interview, then fair enough. Because like I said, I'm not a Rick. Like I don't really follow Rick deeply. Like I like it aesthetically, but it's not. There's designers whose work like speaks to me more, like Martin Rose or older designers that I research deeply, like Madeleine Vianney, Mary Quant. Rick is not even. I know Rick is highly inspired by Madeleine Vianney, actually. But yeah, like he has a customer base of people that like his work. What do you say?
You're gonna get canceled now. Bye.
What, me?
They're gonna come for you. They're gonna come for you in the Discords, man.
Well, if people want to cancel me because I said he's not my favorite designer, I never said I don't like Rick. Like I wear Rick, but he's just not my favorite designer. So I don't know as much about him as others would, which is why I'm asking this person questions, because maybe it's something I missed.
He did have an interview, I think, with Vogue or somebody that I did not get to, but I saw that that he did, but I didn't get to it.
Right. But it's quite interesting, the divide of people that are really into Rick Owens and what this created. This silhouette is something I've seen. I see what they mean about, because this silhouette with the shoulders has been, we've seen that in the past couple of collections, to be honest.
What Aiden said in the comments, the commercialized his look the past couple seasons. I do actually remember him. I'll have to look, but I do remember him talking about sort of.
Oh no, he did. The first collection after COVID, he rehashed the collection before. I can't remember what it's called, and he said in an interview that he scratched his collection that he was making because he thought that with the times, he thought it would be a bit too excessive to like make a whole massive like excessive collection around. Like after COVID has happened, so he just made like a really commercial collection. He even said it himself, to be fair. I read an interview about that.
I think he didn't just write it down. It was also in the VOF podcast that he did, sort of the early COVID. He talked about that as well. It was good. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if Rick says himself that this is like he's making commercial things, then there we go. Like he said it himself. But even it's funny because Rick is so like. I like his work and his design so much that what is like commercial for Rick is, in the grand scheme of things, not commercial at all. Like it's crazy. This is by no means commercial in any way, but for Rick it is.
That's a good point.
And what do you feel about the Kiss Heels? Because the Kiss Heels have kind of become a phenomenon, but now Rick is like really playing with the fabrics that he uses.
I think they're great.
One shoes that I want in life, it's that. I
love them so much.
They're really so cool, my God! And every time he does like a new version of them, and they're always brilliant, always.
Yes, I agree.
He's good. I mean, like, to be honest, like he's in the same boat with J.W. Anderson. Like, if everybody was like them, and like we found like a little small collection that we kind of don't like. I kind of don't worry about Rick or John W. Anderson.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Because I know they're always going to deliver. I wish.
The thing about when we review designers is we review it based on their own past work. Because if we were to review Rick Owens based on like the whole sphere of like designers, then his collection would be 10 out of 10 every single time. But you can't do that because you have to be critical.
That's
so
true.
You have to be critical on it based on his own work,
And to put a guy in white briefs to open the show, you have the support of the gays, dude. You have all the gays with you.
Yeah.
Do you like part of this collection?
This is interesting. In the Converse, one of his she's going up, and basically he had the opportunity to mess up the silhouette. They're so famous, he just made it look as ugly as possible. Well, aren't the Ramones?
I'll be right back.
the Ramones are already a rehash on Converse, so it's kind of come full circle that he's actually finally collaborated with Converse. Because Rick Owens, he finds shoes he likes and makes his version, like Ramones with the Converse, the Dunks and the Nike Dunks, which later changed to the Geo Basket. So that's something that Rick does. Like, it's quite obvious to see. So it's come full circle that he's finally collaborated with one of these brands. What we would really love to see is Rick collaborate with like Nike and make like a dunk or something. That would be like the ultimate like full circle moment.
And now it's possible because I mean Nike owns Converse, so depending on how well it goes, hopefully in the future he gets that if he wants it. I mean,
what would be the price on those?
The Converse. I think they already announced it. I think it was like 100 and.
Oh no, the Nikes.
If you were to do one,
it'd probably be more. Because Nike sneakers cost more than Converse, don't they? So yeah.
Someone said 160-ish. That's not bad.
160-ish, yeah, it's not bad. But Converses aren't like a super expensive shoes to start with.
Yeah, they're like 60, 80 pounds. So
Nike shoes, they're starting to retail for like a lot.
That's like 2.5 times the price of an actual Converse.
Yeah. I should have invited one of my friends to come here because I feel like there's a missed opportunity and stuff I won't see because my friends that like are in love with Rick literally study his work to the letter.
Yeah, right.
1 second. I know because I read something because in the Rick YouTube videos, there's like basically show notes in the description, and I took like the inspiration and said, Gethsemane was the garden Jesus prayed in the night before the crucifixion, a place of uneasy repose and disquiet before a final reckoning. We're all living a tense period in history waiting for resolution, be it catastrophic or rational, in a suspense that feels almost biblical in its drama, primitive and profane. So my understanding from this collection is that from an inspiration standpoint, a lot of it was about like protection. And that does come through because of like COVID. I know there was one thing that my friend pointed out to me. 1 second. My friend pointed out to me there was one piece, like this is one of my friends that's a Rickhead, that was a direct reference to the protection. It was the piece that had like, this, like the pieces with the, that you could zip up all the way to the face. Or like this, for example, this was also a direct reference to it.
You're not on the screen. You're not showing.
Oh, am I not? Sorry, I thought I was showing the screen. My bad.
The gimps with glow.
Yeah. So this was like a direct reference to the protection that Rick was trying to portray in the collection. Sorry, I'm just reading through the comments.
Oh, it's got gloves on the sleeves. Those are
it does. Gimp zip ups. Is that what they're actually called?
I don't want the collection though.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start doing my write up soon. Within Feb. So
yeah,
I'm just gonna start my write ups.
So he said what having mask is also a reference to the protection. Yeah, although that's been a reference for not just this collection, for example, that's been a reference for like the past couple of collections.
Yeah, he did it with women's
as far as
well.
Goes. Yeah, exactly. Although Dylan,
I feel like Rick probably told him not to.
Yeah, Tyrone's too cool to wear a mask. What are you talking about? He's like, yeah, Rick, I don't wear masks. Like, I'm too cool to...
That's his boyfriend.
Well, I don't even know if to call him a boyfriend. Yeah, lover maybe, like lover / muse of the brand / assistant designer / I don't even know what he is at this point. Someone said fuck Betty. He's more than a fuck buddy though, because he actually does have a high input on the creativity of the brand.
Oh, there's the guy that shared my picture.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, I think it's a.
Oh, that's funny.
He's cool though. He's like one of the coolest guys ever. Like, damn. He makes every single clothing item look good. Like, I don't know how he does it, but
it's the
everything
briefs.
he wears just looks good.
That's a good, yeah. He looks good in it.
Okay, what are we going to talk about? Let's talk about Y Project.
Oh, love that.
What do you guys think about the Y Project show?
I haven't seen it.
I thought it was good.
I like.
I thought it was really good. I think Glenn Martins is one of the people who just like. I think a lot of the designers we're talking about, he consistently produces good work. I think the patterning and the manipulation again were just spectacular. Yeah. I have a soft spot for projects because I'm a big Glenn Martins fanboy. But I'm interested to see what you guys have to say about him.
Okay, what I will say is what I love about his collection is he's starting to build like a specific Y Project DNA. So it's to the point where you can see a certain garment and you're like, okay, that's Y Project. So there are, well, functionally and aesthetically, there are similarities from this to like the past two collections, but it's still slightly different. So it's almost like a DNA to like, you know, like Rick Owens. Rick Owens can make collections that two are completely different, but because his DNA, he's created like a brand DNA aesthetically to the point where like you can identify it. And so that's one thing I love about like what Glenn Martins has been doing.
I think also. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, no, go ahead.
I'll be fast. I did, as much as I love the collection and the show, I do miss the 3 screens of them showing you what the clothes can do. I kind of miss that. I wish they did like a separate.
Yeah, because now you don't know. Yeah.
Exactly, you don't know how to put.
Yeah, because now you're not sure what the clothes. Yeah.
Because was it with you the last time that we were talking about that these stylists, they take out the Y Project and they're like, you need a manual to figure it out how to put it on a model. It's brilliant.
That's sick though. That's the allure to it all.
I love this. I love whatever he's doing. Go for it now, Sam. Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry, what were you gonna say actually?
Oh, I was just gonna really quick comment. I think people are so enamored with sort of the manipulation and the silhouettes and everything. If you look at the show, it's actually really, really basic clothing. Like every single piece is like literally something you could get from Gap. But the way that he manipulates it to make it something completely different is amazing. I mean, this show is super bland colors too. I mean, look at some of the stuff. It's really just, you could pick most of this stuff up anywhere. But the way that he does it, it's so, like, I love, I mean, this is just personally, I love this because it's so normal, but like from seeing it from sort of like up close, you're like, this is totally different. And I think that's good design in my book. But yeah, go on about what,
Yeah, this person was talking about like how Rick Owens seems to be the internet's favorite. So, okay, Rick Owens, right? Definitely, there was a point in time where he was carrying all American fashion designers on his back. Like, he took all the American fashion designers, put them in a backpack, and like carried them on his back. His back must have hurt because he was just carrying all of them. But more recently, compared to like some of his like most iconic shows, they haven't been his best bodies of work. But because Rick Owens has such a cult following that he built because he was making like some of the most iconic shows we've seen, it's almost to the point where he can't do any wrong anymore, to the point where like now he has a fan base of like people who, if you say anything bad about him, like they'll cancel you essentially. So that's why it seems like people buy it. And then you have a group of like, so essentially, so you have the Rickheads, and then you have a group of people who are kind of getting into like the higher end of fashion. So what they do is they see Rick heads who say like, if you don't wear Rick, like you're not cool. So then they will flock to Rick. So then Rick is like a mixture of like Rick heads and like people who are like trying to be cool and they haven't found themselves yet, or their style. So they like flock to Rick. So that's why.
I agree. His body of work and like it's like he has a credit, and even if he does a bad collection, which is very not likely, you know, there's something to fall back on. That's why.
I think it's also the appeal of lore. I mean, it's just totally. A lot of people enjoy Rick because in the collection, no matter what, even if it's sort of a more commercialized collection, quote unquote, that like he's always referencing something like pretty deep. It's been like that for so long that like people who are really in it, like Rick heads and like understand all the shows. It's like watching your favorite TV show. It's like you're just adding on to sort of the lore, and I think people flock to that. And not all designers do that. And so I think that's like a huge appeal for Rick.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, so talking about this Y Project show and going to what you said, Sam, about the styling, it's so amazing because it reminds me of Com. And why I say Com is like, if you look at a Com show, it just looks like a bunch of like crazy stuff. But because I started, there was a time where I started going to like Dover Street Market all the time. And I started to realize, oh, this is that piece from the runway. So then I'll go back to the runway show and watch it. And it's just like loads of pieces sewn onto each other. So it looks like really artistic. But if you look at it closely, it's just a jacket that's going to be sold separately. That's sewn onto like a skirt that's going to be sold separately. That's sewn onto like some shorts. So when you look at it, it looks crazy. So Y Project kind of has that in a simpler way in like the way they style things. Because to some people it looks really crazy, but it just depends on how you style it. They just choose to style the pieces in that way.
I think it's also such like that Y Project is it's one of those things where as a creator, like I do a lot of sewing and seeing it, it's really impressive. It's not like, yeah, it might look like it's just gathered, but holding that in place is actually very difficult. I think not only does it appeal to the mass market because it's, someone was saying in the comments, it feels so familiar, yet it's also a new silhouette. I mean, that's one of my favorite things about Y Project specifically, and that, you know, there is a sense of familiarity, but you're also getting something new, maybe a little bit high end.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that comes from Yolo has a really good thing he said. He said it's most advanced yet familiar because you can have like a t-shirt and then they'll just add some extra fabric on the shoulders and now it just becomes like an interesting shape. So it's like, yeah, just like Yolo said, creating unfamiliar things with things that are normally familiar to us. Someone said the Y Project shows a Vetements ripoff. I don't see that.
I don't see that either.
He's been designing similar collections that look like this for so long.
They're both aren't they both Jordan too? Oh no, sorry. Demna is
No.
My bad. It was
towards the end you get these like crazy, like very interesting codes that go across the chest, that like one lapel goes across the chest. I have no idea how he does this. That's the thing.
Yeah. I think the similarity is they both studied in Belgium, right? I think
Belgium, that's what it was. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah.
They both went to the Royal Academy of Fine Arts, I think, in Antwerp. Yeah.
Because Glenn Martins is pure Belgian. I'm pretty sure.
Is he Belgian himself, like heritage?
I believe so.
Oh yeah, he is. So it says he's from Belgium. Yeah. But I know they both went to the same school. That's what I do know. And someone who's asking it's live. Yes, it's very much live. Yes, it very much is. I really want to know the person who said it's a Vetements ripoff. I want to know why they think that. I'm quite interested. I'd like to hear different people's perspective. Wait, what did you say? You think it's because what?
Because of the scarf and the layering that he's doing. It's abstract.
I mean, Vetements, to be very honest with you, is not abstract in this way, though.
Exactly.
Vetements is more in the ideas behind it, and the way they what's the word I want to use? Kind of the way they transform garments is in a very different way. Like Vetements will just make things elongated. They're not gonna like add some weird fabric in the middle like what Glenn Martin's does. It's just not the same.
I also think Vetements is like there's a sense of irony. As a big thing.
Yeah, they're like the ultimate troll.
Very much so. I mean, it's changed a lot since Demna left, but in the beginning, yeah.
You can tell that Demna was really the heart and soul of Vetements now that he's left. It's like when Steve Jobs left Apple.
Yeah.
No,
that's a good comparison, actually. That's a good.
Oh, those pants! I love those pants, by the way. So
the
good.
jeans one, I love that.
So good.
So cool.
I wish I could afford this. That scarf is pretty sick too. It looks like
I wish mine is not even affordability anymore. It's like, will it fit?
Will look good on you. Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You know what, AO? Like it's my project. You can wear a couple of different versions.
You could unfold it into a bigger
different neck holes. Yeah. Wear it one way.
That's the brilliance of the brand.
Yeah.
Oh,
he said, I feel like they're building on Demna's process of creation by starting from a mood, such as a jacket that looks like you've just got off your motorcycle. Really? I don't see that. Let me try and understand what you mean. I feel like they're building on Demna's process of creation by starting from
I need the yellow to jump on, fam.
Such as a jacket that looks like you've just got off your motorcycle.
Lolo, do you need a link?
Lolo.
Since the last time. It's Lolo.
Who's the person that called him that again?
It was I can't remember.
Yeah, when we on Clubhouse.
It was on Clubhouse.
Every time they'll be like, and Lolo, and be like, oh, sorry, it's actually Yolo.
This is so random, but you guys are on Clubhouse as well, right? I got a link, but I still haven't done any Clubhouse meets. Is it worth it? I'm not sure yet.
Yeah.
It is. You have to follow the right people though.
It's all right. Worth it. You have to follow.
And don't go on Clubhouse around like 2 a.m.
All right.
That's the first thing I tell to everybody who joins the Clubhouse, because like the stuff that you're gonna hear then.
Just don't.
Sorry. I just want to. The person who commented this, can you expand on it? Because I'm never going to dismiss anything that anyone says. I genuinely want to know like what you mean. Like, if you can expand on that point.
Doing up Judith, doing up fashion bibliography.
No, it's true because like you can always learn from other people. Like I want to know what he thinks. Like his perspective.
I'm always.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Yes. I like when people their points. It doesn't happen often, but I like when people do it. If you can build up on points.
Yeah, that's actually why I wanted to like stream my reviews for Paris and Milan, because you can get opinions real time. Because if I had like made videos, I definitely would have gotten more views and made more money. But that's not what it's always about, mate.
No.
No.
Give a little bit of time for him to make the paragraph, so we can.
The paragraph.
But yeah, I don't like. There's so much abstraction in this that Vetements would have executed. Like,
also, Tuba had a really good review. Yeah, I watched it. If you guys, I'll put her channel on. That's her channel name on the screen. If you guys like check out her channel, she reviewed this Y project show and she had a really good review.
Yeah, the question was like, is she like the next Margiela?
Yeah,
which was.
That's bold.
I have to see the video still.
Yeah, there are some similarities, and I get it because anyone that goes to the Royal Academy of Arts in Antwerp that isn't, what's the word, part of like the Antwerp Six. They all kind of like, we've seen the Namacheko. They didn't even go to like, but they're based in Antwerp now. They literally directly referenced him. They're literally Belgian designers that come out and literally say in public they're obsessed with Margiela. I think it's a very Belgian thing.
I think like I remember when this was a couple of years ago when someone said that Rick was ripping from Margiela, and Rick's response was, "Doesn't everyone steal from Margiela?" Which is, you know.
I love Rick because Rick is such a good designer, but he's so what's the word? He's so truthful about stuff he says. Like I remember there's an interview where he said his brand is like part Rick Owens, part Madeleine Vianney. Because he's like taken so much inspiration from like Madeleine Vianney. A lot of people obviously won't accuse him of like stealing or whatever, because not many people are familiar with like Vianney's work, as opposed to like Margiela that so many people idolize like in the current sphere of fashion. But I just like how open he is with some of those things. Very genuine guy.
Yeah, Rick is really great at interviews. I really enjoy listening to him. I would just read him.
For sure. And he always gives like proper insight. Like some designers are literally like robots.
Yo,
like,
what's this bunching and ruffles that's happening in this collection? Is there like
they're always like that. They're always there's always in Y Project collection, there's always like excess fabric in certain places to like distort the silhouette, but also to make it sound in different ways. Yeah. So you could like zip different aspects of it. Like if you, Sam, you like Y Project, right?
Yes.
So you've seen like all those runway shows where like the stylists show the different ways to style the pieces and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like he's done. So from afar, I think you might think like, oh, it's a bunch of different iterations of fabric manipulation, but he actually just does like, I mean, he adds on sometimes in collections, but the ruffle is like one of the manipulations that comes up a lot. Like it's strategic. It's not. He's not just taking something and then saying, and then just like wrinkling it and holding.
Yeah, like this sweater. This sweater, for example, you can put your neck through any one of the holes, and depending on where you put it, it's going to sit differently. Like if you put your head through the center, it's going to be like obviously in the middle. But if you put it to like what he's done here, then it's going to slant to one side. So it's like things like that, basically.
I really like the jeans that have cowboy boots on the bottom.
Yeah, the little.
I met Rick personally, and he literally said he's copied other designers to find how to express himself in certain way. So actually, spoiler, my next video is going to be about why it's okay for designers to copy, and it's along these lines. Like in Balenciaga's time, that's exactly what they used to do. They used to copy other designers till they like mastered fashion design in general.
Margiela did it.
And, I mean, yeah, and then they found themselves. So that's it. That's why Yohji says copy, copy, copy. That's like where it comes from.
Yeah. There's too much obsession with originality.
Well, I'd say there's too much obsession with originality when someone's at the start of their career or the start of their journey.
Yeah, betterly phrased.
Yeah. Because it's like a means to an end. Like you'll never respect. Like I remember, because I'm reading about Balenciaga now. From the vibe I get from back then, you're never respected for copying a designer, but that's only if you're established. So when you're starting off, they will actually be flattered that like the new up and coming designers like copying me. They used to see it as a good thing. But like once you become established, like when Balenciaga was at the peak of his career, then it's like frowned upon. Hello.
Hello.
Or you need to close the YouTube tab.
Oh shit. It's on mute.
Hello. Who's that? Oh, it's me. Oh no, it's not.
Is it okay now?
Yeah, we go.
Ooh.
Hello.
That's so strange. Oh my god, where's that coming from?
It might be in my mic. I'll mute myself for a second.
Alright.
Hello. Oh, it's okay.
Okay, is it fine now? Okay, yeah, so it must be his mic.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah, it must be his mic.
Good evening.
Okay, sorry, I need to go back to why he said he feels like Dan Martin's copy is done now. 1 second.
Called. Where's the guy? I'm looking.
I know lots of people love to hate on Vetements, so I don't expect anyone to agree with me. I don't hate Vetements. I like Vetements. But look at the diversity of the clothing shown, which is Vetements territory and some obvious references.
I don't know whether that's enough for me to.
Things can look aesthetically similar, but come from a completely different place.
He said something next.
Right. Clothes with some of the inside parts shown outside. Some excessive
that could be attributed to there's other places that do that.
Oh, I mean, okay, let's put it this way. Demna Vesalia is heavily inspired by Margiela. He's quite open about it. He literally says it in interviews. So a lot of stuff he does is very Margiela, and he's admitted to that. So maybe, speculation, Glenn Martin's also takes some cues from Margiela. So it might not necessarily be Vetements. Because then if you're saying that Glenn Martin's copied it because he's showing some inside parts shown outside, that means everyone that does deconstruction, which is essentially almost what a big part of deconstruction is copying Vetements.
Yeah, deconstructivist of the 90s. He said something next though. He did say the choice of words Vetements rip-off was uncalled for.
Wait, sorry.
But he does see
the way that bombers have their zips closed.
It's further down. After Amma said something. It says Andrew.
He says, start copying masters to find out if you're up to the task and find yourself and be original. Michelangelo started out with copies. Yeah, I just think a lot of people don't have that sort of understanding.
Yeah, even when I'm doing fine art, like referencing the masters and drawing off masters' works and like just trying to emulate what they're doing, you find different ways to, put that into your work, like different line strokes, different ways of shading, different ways of painting. So there isn't anything wrong with like in your practice trying to recreate a masterworks and trying to find out where they were trying to figure something out. And how, and even creating new processes where you can like troubleshoot and try to change up what you're doing and stuff like that. So, in my own opinion, there's a way to copy, but like I'm not necessarily me. I've never been a type. I don't even reference myself more times, but and I don't really like to write stuff that I've already written before, but. It's one of those things where I'm growing out of now. But I don't see copying as a big waste of time.
I think it's how it's done. I think that's more way.
Like that kid that came on earlier, like where he was saying he doesn't look at people now because he didn't want to get influenced. Like me, I too didn't want to get influenced, and like I would just create from where I could create it. But that leaves yourself in a box as you get older. So around 24, I changed that. And then I started looking at all the contemporary fashion designers, the contemporary artists of the times. And like, obviously, that's like 2016. So like it leveled me up so much more now where like when people listen to me talk about these things, it just enhances my conversation points. And that's why I always say, know your reference points and know multiple reference points, because there's different places in history that you're going to see things referenced today that can be attributed from multiple places, that someone can see something in Margiela and there could be multiple references of that in the past, but you'd have to look there. So it might not just be a Margiela thing. It might be someone totally different. So like, that's why I say always do your research and shit like that, because today, it's such a big thing to reference that I feel like especially if you don't go to school, and this isn't like trying to hate on people that don't go to school, it like you don't necessarily learn the way that people reference in school. So your way of referencing and the school's way of educating you on how to reference is two different things. So both things can end up negative, obviously. So I'm not saying either one's better than the other one, but you might not see how that reference works, and they might not see how your reference works. I.e., let's say Vetements and Martin Rose, like what Demna did for Vetements and what Martin, like they have two different styles, but their references are almost from the same place, but they're not. If you can get what I mean.
Are they?
Almost.
What? Demna's references are from like Georgia, and Martin Rose is from like
Yeah,
British
exactly. So their clothes look similar, like the oversized look and all of that type stuff, but their references.
Isn't that the reference though? Like, so
yeah,
Martin Rose.
I said it the wrong way. The clothes
Okay,
end up in the same place, but the references are from different places.
Right.
That's what I meant to say.
But I agree with this person here. They said it had a Vetements edge. I can see how aesthetically you can say there's like similarities to Vetements. I definitely don't disagree with that. But we definitely do people hate Vetements? Because you said that earlier. I like Vetements.
I feel like you can have the same train of thought in two completely different places. There's even studies about this that happen in science where two people from two completely different times can come up with the same idea, and that's where we even come up in our argument about copying and who did the reference for whom. Because like with that Givenchy thing that happened last season as well. You remember?
You see the whole copying thing? The only reason I don't like it is because so many designers are reference so many designers that
exactly, yeah.
You see things like Diet Prada. Choosing one person to ostracize for copying is so dumb when everyone copies everyone, which means that it just comes down to who you want to cancel essentially, and then just find something that's similar and then just post it.
Exactly.
Like, it's literally a waste of time.
Yeah.
Like it's trying to be intolerant of how someone is trying to get themselves to evolve.
Exactly.
Like, yeah, I'm not gonna lie though, for me before, like when I would see like people copying, I would be very hard to, I would like mark down the work that was produced. But today, like I'm just more older and more educated and just say, you know what, yeah, people can be in two completely different spaces and like their work can end up in similar places.
Okay, what about this? You know how Virgil was like accused of like copying people's work all the time, but we can all agree that his last collection was like really good. So
yeah, like there's so much
could have been him, like maybe seeing other people's work until he sort of found a train of thought that resonates with him and how he wants to go forward with the way he designs.
It would depend, because this is only one collection, so it would depend on the storytelling that precedes this,
right,
for me to fully bring an image out. But I think in general you could say that like he was literally saying that I'm referencing the time that I grew up in, and I'm just bringing that to the forefront because I've never seen it on the runway. Now he's adding different references from different lands and trying to mash them together. So he's finding a new way of storytelling in menswear. Like
right.
that dress coat trench that we saw, that's a different league and level from what we've seen. And also what's it, the jigsaw suit? Is that like, you remember the jigsaw suit from the Heavenly thingy?
Yeah, from the Sky collection.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was talking about the latest collection. Sorry.
No. Like that jigsaw suit, like that's something that we haven't seen from him, and you can't attribute that to even deconstructivists. That's a totally different reference.
Someone said water is too blatant. See, the issue I have with this, and it goes back to the problem I have with fashion is like when it comes to like accusing people of copying, if you see the reference, then someone is bad, but no one will ever talk about Walter and what he does with like artists and Muggy. So it's like, unless there's a balance, there's no credibility in like calling Virgil Abloh out for copying Walter if you don't call out Walter for copying the work of artists in Mali. It's just that in Europe, no one cares about the work of artists in Mali. In Europe, no one looks at the work of artists in Africa. So they don't know that Walter takes stuff from them. So unless there's like a balance in the way we do this, because like I said, every designer references something or copies something until they find their own aesthetic. So I just don't like the lack of consistency when it comes to like accusing people of copying. The consistency is not there.
Yeah. For me, that's also the thing as well.
I think with the Diet
wait,
Prada,
sorry, what are you gonna say?
The thing with like the Diet Prada and all that, it's like what you were just saying about how they tend to paint, like they choose, it's a selection, and it's also like it's consistently the same 5 designers that they accuse as well, and I think like it's quite annoying because they don't, there's a broader contract, and the thing that like really tipped me over the edge was that I don't know if it's grown anymore, but it's only 2 people that run that account. It's 2 people. They might have a team at this point, so I don't want to spread misinformation. But I think it's also. Did you see that thing where, like, in the beginning of Diet Prada, when they were talking about the off-white logo referencing the hate symbol from Germany? Did you see that? And it was like, I don't know. It seems like sometimes they just want to spark stuff to spark stuff. It's quite annoying.
Yeah, the targeting is very.
I mean, my biggest issue with them was still that Kanye thing. That's when I stopped.
That was that pushed
because they posted like the merch that was they said that Kanye made it, but he didn't. But it was very political. But then when it was time to apologize and to admit their mistake, they announced their apology on Twitter to their to their 9 followers.
Like I think also, I think also with this is like if you check in history, like with the patent office, if 2 people like back in the day made something at the same time, there was discrepancies with the light bulb, there was discrepancies with the pipe, there was discrepancies with the tourbillon. So like there's all of these different reference places for people to figure out the same problem. And it's really just artists trying to problem solve today and like uplift it and like elevate their reference points. But it is what it is.
Yolo, you might be the culprit.
No, yo,
are you not?
I'm not either.
Look, no, he was the echo, but Anan was the typing.
Yolo, what do you think about all this? Sorry, you haven't even said anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm in a weird kind of like in between space where I don't know how good a collection is sort of separate from copying in a way, but then references can make a collection good. Yeah, I don't know. It's a weird situation.
You're very low. Am I the only one that can?
Yeah, his volume is a bit low.
Is it better now?
Did you say he's low? Or you just said?
You're so stupid.
I'm so sorry. It was right there. It was happening. It was right there. I just had to tap it in.
Oh my god.
But yeah, I don't like that sort of fashion criticism has got to a point for a lot of people, generally quite young people, where it's literally like all it is like who has this copied. And yeah, it's kind of frustrating. But yeah, it is kind of a big thing, especially when you're considering like that young upcoming artists or struggling artists are being ripped off. But then I think until recently the industry, like people, like established designers didn't like get into a hissy fit. It would be a kind of like a smug kind of side eye to them. But like I was shocked when Walter like actually went ham on his story about Virgil. I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, this is like this is the guy who's like the head of fashion at one of the leading fashion schools in the world.
Yeah.
And he's doing this. But then I don't know what reaction are we policing people's reactions and that when we say that?
I mean, we're not policing his reaction, but also we should ask him how does he think Mali artists would feel if they find out how much money he's earned using their artwork without their permission.
Sure.
So once again, it's just like the inconsistency is too like. I just feel like when you make a statement, you have to have a leg to stand on. So like earlier, we were talking about J.W. Anderson, who made a statement about how there are a lot of designers these days make clothing for clothing's sake, when there are a lot of J.W. Anderson collections in the past that have been crash grabs. He has a clear ongoing collaboration with Uniqlo. Like, this is common knowledge. He makes pre-fall collections, not just with Loewe, because we can excuse that, it's a big brand, but also his namesake brand. So it's just like he doesn't have a foot to stand on to make that statement. Like, if Dries Van Noten made that statement, I wouldn't even think about it twice. So the same thing with Walter van Beirendonck. Like, if Walter is calling someone up that hard without looking at himself and thinking of what he's done with like artists from Mali, there's a bit of a disconnect. So that's where like I have a bit of a problem. But someone asked a good question, which was like, is the way I'm thinking a solution-based thought? But what solution do you get choosing one person who you want to cancel for copying without the other? What type of solution is that?
Was that based on referencing or was that based on water? I don't know what that question was based on.
What's the point? I want to know what the point is. Sorry, Ryan.
Because yeah, like to me, yeah, the fact, like, obviously you know this as well, Io, like it's one of them ones where when we just look deeper into history, there's just so many references that flow all about, and it, from like you said in the past, just looks similar. Like there was a time in the 50s where everybody was trying out new shirts and even like new ways to create shirts, and they were looking at each other's work and then doing their own version. So it was one of those ones where.
And that's even how their design process was. They genuinely used to look at each other's work. Like Balenciaga literally used to buy other designers' work to deconstruct.
Yeah.
Like, quite literally.
People are just trying to elevate themselves sometimes. Like if we're saying obviously the quite simple thing where you're taking someone else's work and profiting off it, that's bad. Then yeah, I understand that. But if it's like a reference, you're not actually using that exact thing, but you're referencing it in a way that, because I don't see the exactitudes between the Givenchy thing and like that other guy and like Waters and you know that Off-White collection LV collection that Virgil did. So it's like, did he take that? Or was that part of a reference, or was that not even part of a water reference, but part of a reference from somewhere else? That I'm pretty sure water doesn't have a monopoly on like stuffed toys or animals. Because Virgil also did that in this collection.
Well, I mean, Marc Jacobs also did it earlier. So imagine Marc Jacobs made that collection. He had the same energy.
Yeah,
if Marc Jacobs made that same collection.
To me, it's an interesting debate to have. But then when we're talking about, okay, the malicious tribe that is looking to cancel somebody, then we have to just now, like, it's only because there was a malicious tribe that we're examining this further.
Right.
Because if artists are no longer allowed to look at other people's work, where is the evolution in that? Like in business, they literally research other companies to see how they can make their own company better.
Yep.
So,
and that's how fashion works. People just don't understand that. So like going back to what Iolo said as well, something that people need to understand is that two things can look aesthetically similar, but the ideas behind it are totally different. So like the good example you brought up was Martin Rose and Demna. Obviously, kind of a warped example because Martin Rose did like consult for a lot of them the collections. But if you look at the two collections, some people will be like, oh, I've heard some people say like Martine Rose copies Demna or whatever. But when you look at the references and the fact that Martine Rose obviously references subcultures, whether we're talking about like flappers or we're talking about new romantics, depending on what collection it is, it's quite obvious to see that that's a reference, because that carries over into even how the campaigns are shot, the aesthetic of the brand, how she markets the brand versus Demna and how he markets his brand and the aesthetic of it. But if you just look at these two things together, they look similar. That's a very, what's the word? Like just looking at two things, they look similar, therefore one person copied the other. It's such a surface level way of like viewing things.
Yeah, I agree. What's some other examples of this? Because it's only really with the new designers from like 2016 that I see a lot from. It's not necessarily like a big thing. I'm sure I would find the reference point over history, but like a lot of people back then were just like, I see. But with this low-key cancel culture and troll media, you know, there's obviously this sensationalization of references. So it's definitely something that we have to examine as well, just young people in fashion, like how we're gonna make these, so that we're actually doing the right thing rather than, you know, doing a witch hunt.
Yeah, it's a deep topic. But I wanted to go into, on that note, what did you guys think about the Vetements collection?
I didn't see it.
165 looks, man.
Did you say 165?
It's 165. Yeah.
Okay. See, I didn't even know that.
I haven't really looked into it deeply, so I'm going to ask Yolo what you think, because I know Yolo's probably looked at it to some.
I've hardly looked at shows this season, but I
really, wow.
Yeah, I've just not been in it. But yeah, the one reference I kind of got from Vetements was, do you know who Greg Araki is?
No.
So he's a movie director. He's done loads of like B movies. They're like very like cult kind of indie movies. Like Mysterious Skin, Generation Doom. They're all really weird and like edgy, and yeah, I think there's a lot of that in this collection.
Okay.
So yeah, that's the main reference I kind of get from it. Otherwise, it's a lot of sort of rehashes of old Vetements idea as well. Yeah, there's not much to it really. But yeah, I didn't realize it was 165 looks.
It was a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it was a lot.
It was too much. Me personally, I did not appreciate. It's not my cup of tea that they have like these Pinterest quotes on the shirts. You know, one of them is like, they're funny, but by the same token, they're like, they're just cliche. So one of them says, "I like long walks and sex before marriage." You know, it's funny, it's cute, whatever. But I guess that like there were a few looks that were that had this like motif of splatter, and I guess that was taken from don't quote me on this. Was it South Korea during the protests that like they would get splattered with paint?
I heard about that. Yeah,
Hong Kong.
So that
the
was
blue
kind of
paint,
interesting.
right?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
That was kind of interesting. And then like you have the one that has which is like a nude bodysuit that says haute couture above the vagina, which was I guess like Margiela reference also.
Oh yeah, that was.
I mean, overall the collection was all over the place. I mean, like
they were referencing different things, weren't they? For like different pieces, which. The references, some of them are not like were cool. I guess it's just that a criticism I did see online about it. Like a good example was like the Korean protest.
Mm-hmm.
A big part of the criticism I saw about that was the fact that people are asking genuine questions like, okay, did Vetements have any involvement in the process? Did they donate in any way to like help the cause? Or so if they had no correlation to it, to just kind of take it as some sort of like aesthetic thing. When it's something that a lot of people like got hurt over during the protest, people got arrested. Do you get what I mean? Like the whole reason they were protesting was because they were being like limited in a way. So people are criticizing how genuine it is for like Vetements to just like lift that, to just put it and use it as fashion, and then, you know, sell the clothes for however they're going to sell it for, which is, I think that's a fair criticism.
It is. It is. I mean, like, he also has, like, I mean, it's they're trolling all the way. So he has like a shirt that says Vesalia for Vetements, and it's you know, it's funny, but I agree with the criticism for protest. I mean, if you were not part of it, like, you're kind of like capitalizing on this.
Yeah, I agree with that as well.
Yeah, capitalizing on like the pain and suffering of like people.
I mean, like, it's a protest. It's not like all of us went to a party.
Yeah. It's a bit disingenuous, which is why, like, when Demna used to reference like the Georgian War and things like that, it makes sense, because he even didn't he leave Georgia because of the war?
Yeah.
Or something. Yeah. So like, it's so genuine when he's referencing like the Georgian War, because it's like, yeah, you are literally like, you genuinely left as it, like, you suffered the effects of the war. So no one's going to question him. But if you're just taking something from like a different country that you have like no correlation with, it's just a bit, it comes across as disingenuous.
True. I agree.
I agree with that as well.
Yeah. Like, they're referencing a lot of things, but like this, for some reason, from what I'm seeing right now, the collection seems quite cohesive, and it looks like it's referencing all one thing.
Yeah.
That's very, very real. Like,
I mean,
have so many references and still look like they're all from the same place. Like, if exactly what, because I didn't look into the collection, but just what you were saying.
Fashion, fashion. I remember reading like old Demna interviews about Vetements, and he always said that it was supposed to be commercial. Like, he always said that. So at the end of the day, when it comes to the references of Vetements, they try to find a way to like reference things in a way that the product, looking at it itself, will still come across commercial. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Or wearable. So that's why most times the Vetements collection will probably look cohesive.
Yeah. I will do more research on this. I don't want to talk too much if I haven't.
Yeah, because they infuse Vetements. They infuse most of the references in like the print, or like the color, or like things like that, so they can still make a silhouette that's somewhat commercial, that sells, but then the clothing can actually have a lot of meaning that people don't know. Someone said Demna was a part of that collection. I heard that too. I don't know if has that been verified. I did hear that like Demna apparently designed this, but
really, I thought they burned bridges at Vetements. Like, I thought he was at stake with some of the managers.
As far as I know, he left because he wanted to focus on Balenciaga. But Guram, I don't even know what Guram is doing, because Guram is like running for president or something. So like seriously, he is.
So it's like an everyday action.
I saw that on your page.
He's running for president of Georgia. They'll be like, "What's your resume?" It's like, "I ran one of the most successful businesses."
What's your experience? Well, there's this brand that I ran.
Yeah, Georgia is a small enough place, isn't it?
Yeah. But what is your political experience? Well, I mean, if you look at the political references and like some of the
references to the Georgian War.
No.
I know.
Oh, they brought those like star stickers back.
On a general aesthetic basis, I like that in it. Like, it's good to look at. But
does Lotta still style it?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask as well. Like, who was the stylist at least? Because this is 100 and something looks.
I don't. Let me see.
What's funny is it kind of looks like a rip-off of Vetements or like a rip-off of Demna's work. Essentially, there's a few like Balenciaga references in there. Yeah, I think people were saying last season that they were trying
That's
to do
definitely more
Demna
so.
and like failing. Yeah, I'm wondering if they kind of like took that and like made it a joke that they were kind of ripping themselves and Demna off.
That's the thing about Vetements, they can do that and it works because of like, that's just what Vetements does. Like they make a joke of anything. So they could literally be like, haha, we're ripping off the person who used to design here. Like, and it still works.
Did anyone say anything about the excess of the show? The excess.
Yeah. I didn't see anyone talk about it. Like I said, I didn't really look deeply into it because it just did not interest. Like when I saw it was 165 looks, I was just like, yeah, there's no way.
That's how when I message, fam. I just shut down the text. You're gonna cut through something.
They've got these t-shirts too. Think while it's still legal. It's like I get what you're trying to reference, but like, okay.
Yeah, the irony is a bit too much for me.
Like, where are they saying this?
But still, like a classic troll. Like in the time of COVID, when you get like collections with like 18 looks, and everybody's like, "Oh, that's great." They come up with 165, like the ultimate troll.
Yeah. Right.
The jacket.
Yeah, I mean that's probably part of it, to be honest.
Yeah, that's what I was.
If you're waiting for a sign, this is it. To be fair, this does look like a protester, doesn't it? Without the like slippers, like the mask, the cap,
yeah, that's a COVID get up.
Like they've even got earphones around their neck.
That's funny. If that t-shirt didn't have that print on it, I'd wear it. That's unusual. This is for president.
That's actually funny. I won't lie to you. I would buy that.
Exactly. It's hilarious.
That's actually hilarious.
It says, "Is that Versailles?"
The font is the same thing. They're like they did for Bernie, right? When they did the Bernie collection, it's the same font. I think. So
yeah, the shoulders are obviously from the Balenciaga.
I find that funny. I'm not going to lie to you. I would actually buy that just for the banter. If it was on sale.
This leather that they're using, spot on, fam. Crazy.
Wait, hold on. Is that a potential Dr. Martens collab? 1 second. Are those Dr. Martens?
Let me check.
I'm just kind of realizing they kind of look like Docs. Maybe they're not.
I don't think they are. I'm looking at it here. Huh.
This reference is tired. Do you know how many times they reference? This is supposed to be like an Eastern European like thrift, like how it looks if you go thrifting in Eastern Europe and the type of dresses you find. But it's so tired. Like they referenced it at one Balenciaga so many times.
That's funny. I think it is,
those boots, like they are like Balenciaga also. I mean, like there's just like a lot of references, but that's what they do.
By the way, I think that is a Doc Martens collab.
Is it?
Give me seconds to confirm.
Maybe the population of Georgia is 165 people, which would make complete sense.
What is this? Wait, 1 second.
Is it a hole in the back?
Yeah, and there's like padding.
Wings or something.
Maybe.
Like they're gonna fold out or something.
Yeah. I know this collection was broken into like 4 sections.
It is. Ayo, you're right. It is.
Is it? Okay, so they're collaborating with Dr. Martens. Okay.
It looks exactly the same. It's they've got the border on the back, borderline. It says on the back. But yeah,
I know it's broken into 4 parts. So like the background changes as like you move. So this is like the rainbow thing. I don't know what that's meant to.
It's in 3 parts. Yeah, it's in 3 parts.
Oh, 3 parts. There we go. What's that meant to signify? Do you know?
Well, the first one is hell. The second one is like a transition, like a rainbow, and then the last one is heaven. Maybe.
So what? Hell,
hell, earth, heaven.
Maybe the flow of this collection, because everything is bad and it's gonna end eventually.
That's funny.
That could be.
Yeah.
At least we end in heaven.
Exactly, because it's done. Because you don't have to look.
Born from. I don't know. You're low, so.
They had a bunch of those outfits with all the flags over them to close one of the Balenciaga shows.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Demnas has also like used flags. Like, remember that Vetements collection? He referenced the Georgian War and all the like flags of countries that were involved.
Yeah.
In,
can you go back up to that boot quickly so that I can see if it's the right one? Because I don't want to do it on the live. I don't want to give
Balenciaga 2020 was inspired by UN, right? So maybe the flags also.
Maybe, yeah. That could also be another reference. That's true.
Doc boot is a good doc, though.
Wait, so that's actually an American football pad. So that's what that is. So not even wings. What the hell? What? What? Why?
It's very cohesive. Very.
Oh my! What? It just makes me want to understand what's going on here, because I have no idea what this is supposed to be a reference to. Like, not even in the
I totally would love
like,
to be
they've lost me
this
there.
far, but they did lose me. The excess is a bit much, and yeah, I can't really jive with every single reference that's here. So I really actually need to dig deeper, and I'm not bothered to do that, to be honest with you.
I like fairy tales and financial stability.
That's funny. That's funny.
I feel like, as much as like we can say whatever we want, it is humor. It is, you know.
It is quite funny. I've been laughing.
It is funny.
Underneath the thing with the hole, so inside the hole it was an American football pad.
Yeah.
I thought that was a butt. First.
Realistically, when you leave your house, are you really going to wear it with American football pads?
Yeah, get ready for war, innit? It's about revolution. You need to get whatever pads that you can.
You don't have to worry somebody's stealing your jacket.
Wait, so are these the people that are going to get into heaven, and the protesters are the ones that are going to be in hell? Or what's...
This is part of the Eastern European thrifting dress vibe. Tired.
You said tired reference. That is.
Because you know, you've seen it so many times.
I feel like it's all like flea market kind of stuff. Like the random shit you'd find in, like, I guess Camden Market is the equivalent in like London.
Yeah.
I see what you mean about the commerciality of it all. Like you can break these pieces apart and just get one and separate your shit.
And he did well. I'm not sure I'm not sure if Dominic designed this, but when he was at Vetements, like, he was very intentional about that.
I heard that though. It's very in your face.
Yeah. These are some more like inspired by the Korean protests.
Yeah, I don't know.
I like the silhouette of this though.
When you talk about the protest reference, I kind of came off it. Like, I did take a step back in my mind and be like, why would you do that? So, I don't know about that.
Did he draw his info on the bags with Dante? Alyx? When we say he, are we talking about them now?
Let's just say the guy that runs them all, or the girl. Who knows?
The person that designed this collection, whoever this ghost is. I think it's cool that they got like a model that has vitiligo that isn't Winnie Harlow for once.
Yo, that's funny.
We are the people.
I like,
what's that?
I always love the shoulders that those Versailles brothers do. So,
Liberté, égalité.
Isn't that like the 3 French words for like that's a common phrase? in France.
I mean, it is a French flag. The love heart is just like, you get me, yeah.
It's kind of like the French version of in God We Trust or something, or like One Nation Under God, or that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But French.
So now we've got, I don't know, motocross racers for Vetements. Like, I'm looking at the stuff individually. There's a lot of individual pieces that are nice, to be very honest, but that's because it's like made to be a bit commercial and stuff. Like, there's a lot of pieces that I would wear, but in general, it's just a bit interesting. But how do you feel about having so many looks?
I think it's a waste.
Is it? Because I can't remember who said it, but it is kind of a Vetements thing to be like, haha, everyone's like shipping it down for COVID, we're going to be excessive.
I mean, even if it is purposeful, it's still like, I still think, even if it's a troll, which it very much could be from Vetements, like, I don't know if it's in good taste, if in this time, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I think that they're not going with like an aesthetic of like making beautiful clothes. It's a kind of brilliant plan to make ugly clothes. Because like if somebody says like that looks ugly, then you can be like, well, that's the point.
Yeah, it's supposed to be.
You know, it's like
that's the problem with Vetements, because with Vetements there's an excuse to get out of like anything, essentially.
They set themselves up that way.
It's a perfect like plan to get away with murder. I mean, like, you know, you cannot tell me that it's ugly because it's supposed to be ugly. You know.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yo, should we go on? Oh wait, is it a bit late for Clubhouse? I feel like
For what?
Yellow's looking at him like this guy's addicted to Clubhouse.
We all know our style already, fam. We make good rooms.
Knowing YOLO is on this live stream and in like 2 rooms on Clubhouse moderating at the same time.
Yeah, I did get a message of Powerboy asking me to come, but I decided
moderating
to
with excellence as well, fam.
Thank you, Yellow, for choosing me. I appreciate it.
Aww. YOLO's like, I'm giving you 20 more minutes.
Yo.
Oh my god.
We want to invite our people on Clubhouse. I need to see the rest of us there. So that we can just make rooms and vibe.
Yellow's the goat. You know, Yellow, I actually know what it's like to be called Lolo. Because remember when I pretended to be you in Fashion Week? You know that's what they called me, right? They called me Lolo.
The funny thing is that they kind of like expect somebody black when they see my name.
Really? No wonder I got into the. Really? No wonder I got into the show so easily.
Yeah, they like fully expect like it to be like short for Lorenzo or something, which is kind of like a there's a lot of
yo, that's crazy.
That's funny.
And also to have like something that sounds like a nickname as a first name.
Right.
Yeah. I just like so many people have said like, oh, I expected you to be black. I'm like, yeah.
That's hilarious. How do you reply to that?
They thought they were talking to a black person. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's I wonder like how many people have like actually thought I'm a black person, like discriminated against me or something.
That could actually be a possibility.
Well.
Yeah, that could be a possibility, fam. Because you will never know. Yo, where's Brett? I want Brett to be on the live. Brett needs to be on the live. Check what Brett's doing. Brett's a fabulous talker of fashion communicator.
That's crazy, but yeah, it's 4 hours in, not gonna lie, I'm starting to get tired. So what is everyone's favorite collection overall? Like Paris Fashion Week, we can go one by one.
Paris. Oh, okay. If we're isolating it to Paris, it would be LV, but I'm gonna put LV to the side and say Yohji. I'm gonna put Yohji to the side and say Chen. So you obviously know like got major like, so that's what.
What do you say?
Favorite one, LV 100%. I'm gonna butcher his name. Botter.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. I think that he's pretty good and very very underrated, because I think what he's doing in Nina Ricci, brilliant. Nobody's talking about that. Amazing. So for me, those are the two, and my project blew it out of the.
Yeah.
I'm more.
Nobody's talking about it, but Loewe
yeah. I am. After this,
there is no wrong answer. There's no wrong answers.
Yeah,
it's fine.
There is none.
Unless you pick the wrong answer.
Yeah. Sam, what were your favorites?
I definitely. I have to in terms of newness, I'd have to put LV and then a close second Y Project and then Botter by far. They all really killed it with construction and with conceptual nature of each collection.
Sam is a smart man. I like him.
Yellow, what were your favorites? I know you said you weren't like looking too deep into this fashion, but I'm sure you saw some stuff you like.
I don't know. Jil Sander was okay, but
I
just wasn't enthusiastic about this season. Even Dior, like, kind of was a bit of a letdown. Will's Bonner, I guess, was really good, but didn't get much attention.
Wait, was Bonner sold at Paris? I just think it.
Yeah, she's part of the Paris schedule.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, she is.
Yeah,
she's up there now.
It's good.
I was talking to that Wells Bonner's getting groomed for a new house, and for one of the heritage houses. Was it one of you here?
Really?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Her aesthetic is way too like cultural, don't you think? To like for them to like just be like, yeah, come with open arms.
She's getting
turn our brand into Jamaica.
If I didn't actually deep it, if I haven't deeped it and I didn't speak to one of you, so yeah, that would be breaking news. It must have been an industry person.
That's interesting. If I see that, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, me too.
Ayo, what were your shows that you liked?
I'd say LV. Popular opinion, but yeah. Namacheko, I really liked it, just personally. And CDG and Plus, but only because I'm so obsessed with CDG and Plus. Like, I want to buy every single season. Like, every time I go to DSM, that section, I'm like, take my money. So, yeah, I love that collection. Those are my three favorites.
Nice.
But yeah. What'd you say? Yeah, we didn't, but time. Like, it's already like 4 hours in, and to be very honest, I'm not fit enough for the 8-hour streams that we used to do.
We built up to that. Remember, we built up to that. Like today,
like a 3, then a 4, then a 5, and a 6.
Like back in the day, like we were just rolling. Like me and you, no sleep or sleep during the day, and like fucking live stream at night.
Like Lady Gaga said, like no sleep, one club, another club, bus, another club, airport, another.
See, then I had time because work, we got furloughed because of COVID. So we were just getting paid to stay at home. And then I wasn't going to school. So I just had like free time. Now I'm like working and school. So it's like a totally different time.
No, it's good.
But yeah, thank you guys so much for hopping on the live. This was a lot of fun. I hope people enjoy like watching it back. Thank you for everyone, the 103 people that stayed, even when it's like gotten boring. So thank you very much.
Oh wait, hold on a second.
By the way, I'm gonna remind you, patron.
Oh yeah, sorry, I keep forgetting to promote my money thing. So, don't forget to support the channel by subscribing to the Patreon. The link to that is in the description below. You get access to amazing content. What I post there now actually is like interviews I do with like designers and industry insiders. And on that note, peace. Thank you to everyone who tuned in.
By the way,
for doing the stream, man.
Thank you.
Sam, what's your IG for the